Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Thursday, June 20th, 2024. This is the public hearing, board workshop of the 2024-2025 budgets. We will now have our invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be led by school board member Mr. Mike Gode, thank you. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet Command Sergeant Major Krista Wilmer, Northeast High School, accompanied by Senior Army Instructor Lieutenant Colonel Shirley D. Sutton. So let us stand. My apologies, I've been corrected. If you will please be seated.
I'm sorry, I forgot to give you a sheet.
Okay, so we do have a recognition before we get into our invocation and pledge of allegiance. I do apologize. So if volunteers in public schools would come forward, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Bethany Pacell. I'm the VIPS program manager, and I'm delighted to present AmeriHealth Caritas Louisiana as Volunteers in Public Schools' outstanding community partner. For more than 40 years, AmeriHealth has helped citizens throughout the country receive care, stay well, and build healthy communities. This past year, AmeriHealth demonstrated a steadfast commitment to enriching the lives of our students and supporting our school community in meaningful and diverse ways. Members from AmeriHealth Caritas visited schools to engage with elementary students through interactive read-aloud sessions focused on themes of self-esteem and positivity. These sessions not only encouraged our students to embrace their unique qualities, but also fostered a culture of acceptance and mutual appreciation among peers. Students eagerly shared what they liked about themselves and their classmates, creating a supportive environment that enhances their social and emotional development. Beyond these engaging educational initiatives, AmeriHealth extended its support to our dedicated educators during Teacher Appreciation Week. Understanding the invaluable roles teachers play in shaping young minds, they provided coffee and breakfast treats to school administrators. Their generosity uplifted the spirits of the teachers and underscored their commitment to nurturing a positive school environment where both students and staff feel valued and supported. For this upcoming school year, they plan to continue their involvement by hosting health education workshops and wellness initiatives, promoting healthy lifestyles, and empowering our students to make informed choices about their well-being. AmeriHealth Caritas Louisiana exemplifies what it means to be a dedicated community partner. Their unwavering support and commitment to education, student well-being, and community engagement have made a lasting impression. We are immensely grateful for their continued partnership and look forward to further collaborations that will undoubtedly benefit our students and school community. Please join me in recognizing AmeriHealth Caritas Louisiana for their outstanding contributions to East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools. Do you want to come say a few words?
Good evening. My name is Grover Harrison. I'm the Director of Member and Community Engagement. I'm a former school teacher and coach myself, so I know the peril that you guys go through. And I truly applaud you guys for the effort, the time that you put into the schools and the students. Not a 9-to-5 workday by any means. I'm here at AmeriHealth Caritas, and I want you guys to know that we are truly partners and want to be a resource to any and all schools in the EBR school district. So thank you, VIPS, and we truly appreciate this honor. Thank you.
On behalf of the school board and the superintendent, we want to thank you very much for all the contributions that you and your organization have done for us and present you with this medal. It takes the community, and the community support is unbelievable, as I know you know from being a teacher how important that is. So we very, very much appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
You want to take a picture right here?
Okay, thank you. So that was our only recognition for today. Again, I do apologize you all for having you to stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance so early, but we will now take a 10-minute recess, and our first meeting will begin at 5 p.m. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, once again, everyone. Today is Thursday, June 20th, 2024. Now, we are to the public hearing and board workshop of the 2024-2025 budgets. We will now begin with our invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Mark Ballou. The pledge of allegiance will be led by Cadet Command Sergeant Major Krista Wilmer, Northeast High School, accompanied by Senior Army Instructor Lieutenant Colonel Shirley D. Sutton. I do apologize. Let us stand.
Father, we are grateful for this day and for the opportunity to come together in service of our community. We ask that you give us the patience and wisdom to find the answers we need, that we continue to listen and learn from one another, and that we stay focused on improving the lives of our students by inspiring a thirst for knowledge and empowering them to reach their full potential. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Good afternoon, Board President Ms. Powell Lewis, school board members, interim superintendent Mr. Smith, employees, citizens, and friends of East Baton Rouge Parish School District. I am Lieutenant Colonel retired Shirley Sutton, Senior Army Instructor at Northeast High School, where I have the pleasure of serving under the awesome leadership of Head Viking, Ms. Shawana Ross. I am elated to introduce Northeast High School's incoming battalion commander, who will be the highest ranking cadet in the Viking Battalion this upcoming school year. She is the daughter of Mr. Dexter Dwayne Burrell and Ms. DeShannon Quiet Burrell. During the 3 years that I have known this young lady, she has distinguished herself as an organized, task-oriented leader. Academically, she has distinguished herself by achieving a 3.8 grade point average. She exemplifies the highest values and can always be counted to do what's right, even when no one is watching. This past year, she served as a member of the Student Government Association, the Color Guard and Honor Guards teams, and was selected by her peers to serve as Miss JROTC. Her favorite volunteer service is serving as a mentor with junior achievement. This diligent, resilient, and well-mannered cadet will attend the National Academy of Future Physicians and Medical Science programs on Tuesday to gain a more in-depth knowledge of the requirements for the medical professionals in the medical field. Her career goal is to become a general surgeon. This cadet is a reading advocate and volunteers to assist others in reading during the summer. She is keeping all of her options open as to where she will attend college. Her motto in life is, live life to the fullest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride and respect that I introduce to you Cadet Command Sergeant Major Krista Julietta Wilmer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ma'am, but this is not only an honor, but a pleasure, On behalf of our superintendent as well as our board, we thank you for all of your amazing work that you do and to contribute to not only your school, but also our community. We wish you all of the best inside of all of your future endeavors. Thank you, ma'am. Make sure I get over the back. There you go. Thank you. Keep up the good work. How you doing, Mom?
With the mom. That's what I see.
Okay, so our public hearing is now called to order. We will now have a roll call.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis. District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now have a presentation of the proposed 2024-2025 general fund budget. Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Smith. I'm going to present to you again the proposed budget for 24-25 fiscal year. Again, it was originally made public on May 23rd, as it is advised in statute. We had our first public hearing on June 6th. This will be our second public hearing and your first opportunity to approve the budget. And we've had 3 community meetings in between. So the budget of every local government must follow revised statute 39-1307. And this basically states that by September 15th, every board must approve a budget for the fiscal year. And the reason that we have to do this is so that we can begin the fiscal year with the correct funding as it's proposed in statute. Without a budget on July 1st, the district will have to revert back to the 23-24 salary schedule and budget, and you only receive half of it. So it is always the proper way to make sure that you approve all the budgets prior to the July 1st deadline. So let's talk about our guiding principles. Our guiding principles is a balanced budget, which is one where revenues either exceed or equal our expenditures, and this allows us to be able to provide funding for both our staff and our students. In strategically planning for our proposed budget, the superintendent and staff looked at what were the goals for the board. What did they want to do? And we looked back to the strategic plan that was approved in 2021. And the items that were most important were early childhood, literacy, high-dose tutoring, college and career readiness, and attendance and truancy. So revenues are the monies the district receives from various funding sources. For example, for general fund, you have ad valorem, which is your property taxes, sales taxes, other local sources inclusive of Medicaid reimbursements, MFP, and federal indirect cost. Special revenue sources, which are your grants, include federal dollars such as title funding and IDEA for our special education students, state grants inclusive of early childhood and literacy, and local grants, which could be like our iCare budget or our interns. This slide shows an interesting representation of revenues over a period of time. The navy blue line is your general fund revenues. The gray line is your special revenue, which we just talked about, or your grants, and the green is your total revenues for that fiscal year. The blue line along the top includes all of your students in district traditionally run schools. The navy blue line above that includes all students in the district, inclusive of your Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5 charter schools. At the bottom of the 2021, 2022, and moving forward, you'll see a very small number in the gray bar. That is the number of staff members that we have, both proposed staff members as well as the count as of February 1st, because not only do we count our students every February 1st, we count our staff. So in this particular one, you'll look at 2018-2019. The total general fund revenues was $442.9 million. Total grants was $187.2, and the total revenue for that year was $630.1 million. Moving forward to 24-25, we're proposing $578.9 million in general fund monies, $200.8 million in special revenue, for a total of $779.7 million in total revenues for the district. Now, as you can see, for 21-22 through 23-24, there's an increase and then a dip. That is the ESSER revenues going in and going back out. So the projected revenues and net revenues is an interesting slide that I like to show. Basically, what this says is how much funding is provided to our charter schools, Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5. Now, Not only do they receive the MFP funding, but they also receive their fair share of local revenue. This is inclusive of your ad valorem taxes, which are your property taxes, as well as your sales taxes. The only ones that receive ad valorem taxes and sales taxes is General Fund, Proposition 1, 2, and 3. Now, Proposition 1 is different from the rest because Proposition 1 is voted on by the taxpayers in order to build buildings, and you must include every one of those projects. So for this example, I've removed all of Proposition 1 revenue except for the $4 million that is provided for information technology each year, because we are required through taxpayer election to build particular buildings in the tax plan. So let's start with 2018-2019. Again, you can see the navy blue bar is the total general fund revenues, or the total revenues, and you can see the gray and the green, and those are your type 1, type 2, and type 5, and those are the expenditures that go back out. The light blue bar shows the total revenues available to the traditional district schools. For example, in 2018, $488.8 million was collected in total revenues from those four sources. Approximately $81 million was provided to our charter schools, for a total of $407.4 million ending for the revenues available to the traditional district schools. Moving forward to 24-25, total revenues for the general fund, Prop 1, 2, and 3 would be $632.5 million. Total amount going to our charter schools is $153.2 million, for a total revenues remaining available for $479.1 million. Now, while our revenues have continued to increase, whether through property taxes or sales taxes, the amount that's going out to the charters has increased due to the increased population of those schools. So expenditures are the monies that we use to spend to run the district. That can be anything that we may need for either our staff or our students. Now, this chart shows how I have to report it back to LDOE, and I always show it in this format because I know that it shows consistency of what we're looking at. Salaries and benefits are exactly what they sound like. It's salaries and benefits. Professional services are your contracts. Property services and other purchase services are items such as internet, water, and utilities. Materials and supplies are inclusive of your textbooks and your library books. Property can be a building. Property can be a school bus. Appropriations, this is the vast majority of this entire category is the payments to the charter schools for their local portion of sales and property taxes. So as you can see, there's different sets of percentages for the percentages of all funds, inclusive of your grant funds, and the percentage of just your general fund. And there is a slight difference. For example, you're going to have a larger amount of property in Proposition 1 than you would in general fund, because that's what they do. They build buildings. So let's talk about total expenditures over time. And this chart is very similar to the one you saw for the revenues. Again, your navy blue line is your general fund. Your gray bar is going to be your special revenues or your grant accounts, and your green is going to be your total expenditures for the year. You're going to see the light blue line that goes across, and that's going to be your district total students. You have your navy blue line. That's going to show your total students inclusive of your type 1, type 2, and type 5 charter schools. And at the bottom, if you see on the gray bars, you'll see your total employees and proposed employees for each one of those fiscal years. So for 2018-19, there's a total expenditures in your general fund of $470.4 million. $181 million in your special revenue counts, for a total of $651.4 million. Moving forward to 24-25, there's a total of $574.6 million in our general fund, $179.2 in our special revenue funds, for a total of $753.8 million. And again, you can see the increase go up and beginning to come back down with the ending of the ESSER dollars. So our general fund summary, at the end of 22-23, we ended with a total fund balance of $141.4 million, with an increase to our fund balance of $48.9 million. For revised, that was just approved on May 23rd by this board, we had a negative balance of $5.2 million for an ending balance of $136.2 million. In this budget, we are projecting a total ending balance of $4.2 million and a total ending fund balance of $124.3 million, with a transfer of $12 million to a general fund reserve account, which we'll go further into in a moment. So this slide shows the fund balance over time, and it's very interesting to see the growth throughout the years. So for 2018-19, we had a total of $43.4 million. Moving forward to 23-24, we have a total of $136.2 million. And the vast majority of that growth is due to the ESSER funding and the opportunities it has provided to every district in the state. So our summary of our proposed budget, again, we are offering a proposed balanced budget of $4.2 million with total revenues of $478.9 and total expenditures of $474.6 million. So how did we get there? Ad valorem taxes. Now, yes, ESSER is ending, and that has been a great once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this district received. But at the same time in 2024 is the reassessment of property taxes in the East Baton Rouge Parish. And that's going to provide us an opportunity to increase approximately 10% or $20.9 million in ad valorem taxes for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Sales taxes are beginning to flatten out, so we're only projecting a slight increase of 1.5% or $1.9 million. MFP is going to return to normal. As you know, in prior years, we had the wealth factor that knocked us down about $5 million through LDOE. We'll not have that this year. Our sales taxes will not increase that significantly. Therefore, there will be a slight $7.8 million increase. Federal indirect revenue, this is where we're going to take a decrease this year of $12.9 million as the ESSER funding has gone away, and we will return to our typical indirect costs for our normal grants, such as Title I and IDEA that we receive from federal money. So let's talk about the projected expenditure changes and where do we come up with these numbers. Salaries and benefits are going to increase. Again, ESSER is ending. And while ESSER is ending, that does not mean we do not need things for our students, such as ESL teachers, ESL instructional specialists. So these will continue to be funded through the general fund. We'll expand literacy and curriculum needs for all of our students. Transportation routing. The substitute teachers are going to return back to the general fund. And the support and school administration raises are included that will be discussed further in the presentation. Again, if your salaries go up, your benefits go up. However, we did benefit from the fact that both of our major retirement systems, employer percentage has decreased. TRSL has gone from 24.1 to 21.51%, and Lester's has gone from 27.6 to 25.8%. Our professional services, or our contract services, is going to decrease to $18.2 million. In discussions with superintendent, administration, and board leadership, we reviewed every contract that we were currently using, and we figured what was duplicated services, what was a minimal ROI that we were receiving, and what benefited our students the best. And that's what we worked through. Property service is going to decrease slightly to $35 million. The vast majority of this change is because of school buses. We are going to begin to lease school buses this year. And the reason we're going to do that is our mechanic shop is just overworked, and this is going to give us the opportunity to make sure that our buses are on the road picking up our kids and getting them to school. Other purchase services is going to increase to $12.7 million. Again, property to insurance is going to increase slightly, inclusive of our fleet insurance. And dual enrollment and growth is going to continue throughout the district. Materials and supplies is going to return to the general fund. We're going to increase to $31.3 million. While we had the benefit of library and textbooks originally being paid out of the ESSER funding, it's going to come back to the general fund. And as always, utilities continue to increase. Our property is going to decrease slightly. Again, we're going to begin to lease school buses and not purchase as we traditionally have. And appropriations is going to decrease to $155.2 million as the board stipends have ended, disaster relief funding has ended, but we will have a slight increase in charter schools. So again, let's talk about how much that we are putting forth on our district initiatives. So let's talk about early childhood. Early childhood will have $18.1 million provided to it through grant funding. As you know, we do not receive MFP funding from the state for our youngest learners, so it is always a grant-funded opportunity. Literacy will have a total of $17.1 million. High-dose tutoring, $3.7 million. College and career readiness, $17.5 million. And attendance and truancy, $7.7 million as we put forth the request of the board and their strategic goals. So for teacher recruitment and retention, which is one of our main opportunities, is to make sure that we have a certified teacher in front of every child in every school. We're offering a district raise of $2,200 for all staff on the teacher salary schedule, $1,500 for all principals and assistant principals, and $1,300 for all other staff members other than those on the AD 101 staffing schedule. As you know, if you look, the AD 101 staffing schedule is your chiefs. Those are your highest levels. The school achievement stipend is going to be a scale-based stipend that's going to be based upon the SPS or the state score of each school. The AUS stipend is going to be a $2,000 stipend for those teachers that commit and stay at one of our most needy schools. And the LDOA differentiated stipend will continue funding the effective rating stipend that is provided to our teachers that reach the highly effective rating through their compass scores. So let's talk about the 23-24 compensation for staff. So last year, or this current fiscal year for the next 10 days, a first-year teacher would receive $47,800. The board stipend was $2,000. The LDOE stipend was $2,000 for a total compensation of $51,800. Let's move forward to our opportunities for this year. For an A-rated school, a first-year teacher, $47,800 with the proposed raise of $22,000. We have two results-driven stipend opportunities for them, the effective rating stipend of $550 and the school achievement stipend of $500 for a total possible compensation of $51,050, which is a projected percent increase of 7%. Now let's talk about our F-rated schools. They have three results-driven stipend opportunities available to them. For a first-year teacher, $47,800 will increase by $2,200 for the raise. The effective rating stipend is available for $550. The school achievement stipend opportunity is $1,500. Again, the AUS school retention stipend is $2,000 for a total possible compensation of $54,050 or a 13% increase. So how will the additional compensation be funded? There will be a transfer of $12 million done to the unassigned general fund to a special general fund reserve account. The board may add additional funds at the beginning of 25-26. If no additional funds are added, the remaining funds shall be transferred back to the general fund. The special reserve account will exist for the 1 year. No additional funding is included by the board. The raises will be funded through the general fund and other opportunities through our grants. It is at the discretion of the board completely beyond this first year. So what is the school achievement stipend? This is an opportunity for the school group to work together towards a common goal. And it is all based upon the SPS score of each individual school. For example, a school with an SPS score of 80 or higher, which is our A and B schools. The schools earn top gains and opportunity honor labels as specified by LDOE, which, for example, not only do you maintain your score, but you also raise a subgroup. For example, economically disadvantaged. Each person will receive the $500 if they're officially at that location. Those schools with an SPS of 50 to 79.9, these are our C and D schools. If you increase your SPS score or you go up 5 points, we will offer $750 for that school staff. Schools with a current SPS of 49.9 or lower, must have looked at Mr. Shamlin. If you exit AUS status, or if you're below a 40 and you increase by 8 points, we will offer $1,500 for each person on that staff. So what is the AUS retention stipend? Again, we have several schools that need help. And if you will commit and stay at one of these schools, we will offer a $2,000 stipend. It is offered to teaching staff, inclusive of those members that have a class roster. And employees cannot exceed more than 10 days of leave to receive the stipend. However, those on approved FMLA status will be reviewed on an individual basis by staff. So we talked a lot about instruction. Let's talk about operations. So other opportunities that we have is for transportation. We're earmarking funds for GPS and camera installation that keep both of our drivers and our students safe. For our facilities, we have $500,000 in fencing, and we are working through receiving additional grants that will match those funds for us. And $1 million has been set aside for grounds. For security, we have $300,000 increase in school security for our daytime officers, and we continue camera installation throughout the district to protect our students and our staff. Opportunities, again, the 2024 roll forward of the millage is the #1 top priority. That is a great opportunity for this district now that ESSER has rolled off. We will continue to review all of our schools. We will continue to review all of the land opportunities that we have. And we will continue to review each department. It has been the challenge of the superintendent for us to look into our individual departments to find efficiencies that we can make changes to make the district run better. Again, this is my budget timeline. Today is the first opportunity the board has to approve the budget as per statute. And we've had 3 community meetings, and the first public hearing was done on June 6th.
Thank you. Okay, board, if you have any questions.
I'm not in the queue. Let me see.
Okay, Mr. Lannis.
This will be a quick question.
If there's anybody else.
Ms.
to add to
Lopez.
something.
Yes, sir.
First of all, excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I could tell you've been up for hours reading through this whole thing because you weren't even looking at the notes. You're just looking down and rolling right with the punches.
I can do it.
So no, I love it. I love it. Can you let our public know, which the board may know, but can you explain to the public what is an AUS school?
Absolutely. An AS school is one of our schools that is F-rated, and they have a SBS score of 49.9 or below.
So that means academically unsuccessful, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the only question I had.
Sure.
Again, amazing job with the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I need to study from you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from the board at this time? Okay,
Thank you, Kelly.
Oh, thank you.
okay, seeing no further questions from the board, comments or questions from the public at this time? Okay, Dr. James Finney.
Thank you. Good evening. If I were superintendent, each revised draft would have a clear statement as to how that draft is different than the previous draft. If I were superintendent, you would be asked to consider the salary schedule separately from the general fund budget. If I were superintendent, across-the-board raises would apply to annual salaries, not to hourly wages. It is ridiculous and not in the best interests of the workforce for 12-month employees who are already compensated generously to get bigger raises based on the fact that they are compensated year-round, including vacation days. If I were superintendent, there would be a complete set of job descriptions always freely available, and every employee would be tied to a job description. If I were superintendent, there would be no employees holding titles that aren't listed in the board-approved salary schedule. No jobs would be created until the board approved those jobs. If I were superintendent, you would be able to determine, as would any member of the public, an individual or group of individuals' salaries by looking at one of those budget books. That is impossible already, and the mechanisms involving the reserve fund and Proposition 3 will make that even more difficult in the future. If I were superintendent, there would be a complete organizational chart showing to whom all central office and auxiliary employees are accountable. And if I were a board member, I would accept nothing less than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to item B2, presentation of proposed 2024-2025 proposed special revenue funds budget. Ms. Lopez.
Good evening again. So again, much like the general fund, this was made available on May 20th as prescribed by the statute. I did do the original presentation on May 23rd. We did do a public hearing on June 6th, and this is the first opportunity the board has to approve the budget. Again, all of this, including just like the general fund, is maintained by the Louisiana Revised Statute 391307 that states when we have to make it public, when we have to have it approved. Again, budget approval, everything must be submitted to the state no later than September 15th, and it is always the goal to have it done prior to July 1st because that is the beginning of the fiscal year. So total revenues over time. For our special revenues, this is inclusive of all our grant funds, Prop 1, Prop 2, and Prop 3. For 2018, the total revenues was $187.2 million. And for 2024, the total revenues are $200.8 million. As you can see in the middle there, for 2021 through 2023-24, there's the hump, that is the ESSER dollars going in and out. So total expenditures again over time for our special revenue accounts for 2018-2019 was a total of $181 million, and for 24-25 was $179.2 million. Again, you can see the expenditures go up and down. That is the ESSER in the middle. So special revenue fund balances, typically most of our grants completely spend all of their funding in 1 year, as is required. Some grants do have a fund balance. For example, Child Nutrition has a total fund balance of $0.4 million. iCare, which is 100% funded through property taxes, will have a fund balance of $4.7 million. Proposition 2 will have a fund balance of $14.7 million, and Proposition 3 will have an ending fund balance of $31.6 million. So the summary proposed budget for Proposition 2. We are projecting revenues of $8.8 million. Total expenditures is $6.7 million for an ending total fund balance of $14.7 million. Current staffing in 23-24 is 91.25 employees, and we're projecting a total of 93. As you know, Proposition 2 funds all of our alternative schools in the district. Proposition 3 has a projected revenue of $44.9 million, projected expenditures of $41.9 million for a total fund balance of $31.6 million. There are no direct employees in this funding source, as this provides for 13% of all general fund salaried employees and proposition salaried employees in the district. So our special education is provided through the IDEA federal grant. The total projected revenues for next year are $11.6 million. Total expenditures will be $11.6 million for a zero fund balance. For 23-24, we had a total of 90 employees, and for 24-25, we'll have a total of 210 employees for changes in how that we will handle inclusive learning of our students. The title fundings include Title I, Title II, Title III, Title III Immigrant, Title IV, and Title IX. The projected total revenues for next year will be $24.1 million. The expectation is we will expend all of those for our students at $24.1 million for an ending fund balance of $0. For 23-24, we had a total of 177.5 employees, and for this next year, we have 207. Early childhood, again, these are our earliest learners. They are 100% grant funded, as we do not receive MFP from the state for them. Our total projected revenue is $15.9 million. Projected expenditures is $15.5 million for an ending fund balance of $0.4 million. This has allowed a small fund balance because it is funded through many different sources, inclusive of both local and state funding. Staffing for 23-24 was 105.5 people. 24-25 has a staff of 132 as we continue to grow the centers and early learning opportunities throughout the district. Literacy has a projected revenue of $6.8 million. We will spend all of it at $6.8 million for an ending fund balance of $0. Again, we will have approximately 42 staff members both this year and next year. And that is the end of the presentation. Any questions?
Okay, comments or questions from the board at this time?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. I like the fact that the clock isn't moving, but I'll be brief anyway. If I were superintendent, you would be able to determine from the budget book what positions will be funded from what grants. And as the year proceeds, you would be able to determine from every spending proposal exactly which pages of the special fund books those refer to. Finally, if I were superintendent, you would have an annual budget for the annual payroll expenses that come from Proposition 1. And I wouldn't tolerate the folks in the accounting and finance group pretending that because most of that fund is capital improvements, that they don't have to account for the annual stuff. And as board members, you should expect nothing less and accept nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public at this time, comments from the board? Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Lopez, for all of these robust presentations that you have given on a routine basis over the last couple of weeks. Thank you. Okay, it is now 5:36. We will take a 4-minute break and coming back at 5:40. Thank you.
Board members, please log into the meeting, the regular meeting.
Good evening once again, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. This meeting is now called to order. And we will now have a roll call.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis. District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving forward to item B1, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the May 23rd, 2024 regular board meeting, the June 6th, 2024 special board meeting, the June 6th, 2024 committee of the whole meeting, and the June 6th ad hoc committee meeting as published in the official journal. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Gode. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Comments from the public? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Now moving to alphabet C, information only. We will now have the monthly financial report. Okay. Are there any comments or questions from the board at this time? Mr. Gode.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly highlight something that caught my attention. When people really do a good job, I think we need to call it out and see that. And the one thing I wanted to call out is, you know, we run some pretty substantial cash balances and reserve funds and things like that. And our finance and business office, I guess it's Ms. Lopez and Mr. Crochet and their team, have done a very excellent job of making sure that we get returns on the money that we have that are sitting in these funds. And I just wanted to give you, for example, because we changed about a year or so ago on how we did that. In 2021, granted, our balances were a little bit less, but we earned less than $1 million worth of investment income on those funds. In 2023-24, we're projected or already have banked over $14 million in investment income. So we've increased our investment income by over $13 million during this period. Now, I recognize that has several factors to that. One, we have a higher fund balance, and secondly, interest rates have gone up. But the good thing is we've taken advantage of that and done a very good job. So I just wanted to salute those two people and their staffs for the good job that they've done on that, because $13 million is definitely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, financial team. Okay. All right, seeing no further comments or questions from the board at this time in regards to the monthly financial report, we will, the next item is for information only, item C2, personnel changes. Are there any comments or questions from the board at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to alphabet D, to receive as information. D1, update from the superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. President Powell Lewis. Wait for the slide deck to come up. First, I'm excited to announce that we have over 20 different programs being offered to our students this summer. These programs have been designed to engage students in meaningful learning opportunities for their summer break. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to both our internal staff and external partners for the hard work and their dedication for making these summer opportunities possible. Next, I would like to take a moment to congratulate and warmly welcome our recently named principals. Please join me in recognizing them. They're not here this evening. They've been attending a professional development this week, but I would like to recognize Dr. Kelofa Jonikin, principal at Capitol Middle School, Courtney Turner, principal at Claiborne Elementary School, Dr. Shakia Davis, principal at Duke Rock Elementary School, Joy Watson, principal at Jefferson Terrace Academy Elementary School, Joshana Williams, principal of Magnolia Woods Elementary School, Casey Wells, principal of Marydale Elementary School, Xavier Rawls, principal of Park Forest Middle School, Regina Bennett, principal of Southeast Middle School, Elizabeth Callaghan, principal of Shenandoah Elementary School, and Dr. Nathan Height, principal of Westdale Heights Academic Magnet School. Also, our annual School Leader Institute was held this week, hosted by Southern University.
Yep.
This event focused on instructional leadership capacity, updates on curriculum, refining instructional strategies, and developing strategies for our diverse learning population. I want to extend a special heartfelt thanks to Southern University for their hospitality for making this event a success. Finally, I would like to call forward Mr. Brian Hedrick, our consultant with Lean Frog. Brian has been working diligent with our transportation department to assess and make recommendations for improvement. Mr. Hedrick, thank you for being here this evening with us.
I appreciate you guys letting me come and speak to the ladies and gentlemen of the board and share what we've been looking at and what we've been working on for the last few months. I'd like to begin by kind of pointing out what the focus areas were of the assessment. I pulled in a bunch of data, and then I actually came in and sat down with the transportation leadership. We went over the data, and when we started looking through the data, there's 4 areas of concern within the district, and those, I've put them here in kind of the order that they need to be addressed based on creating sustainability in the program. So the first one is issues regarding fleet maintenance and management. And I'll talk a lot about that in a minute and some ideas around some opportunities to improve that. The next is staffing levels and attendance, and that's for your operators, your mechanics, and your support staff as a whole. The third is compensation for your operators and mechanics particularly. And then last is routing. Now, some people were a little shocked that I was saying routing's last. But the problem is if we don't have buses running, then we can't provide sustainable service. If we can't provide sustainable service, then we really can't hone those routes. Doesn't make any sense. So the first areas of focus is on not honing those routes, but actually making sure we have sustainable service levels to support the students every day. Now, the district was doing some things before I arrived, and they have been taking action, so I think it's important before I get into what I saw and some opportunities for improvement that we lay out some of the things that are being done right now and have been done by the current staff in transportation. So they have been addressing staffing concerns. They're hiring vacant positions. They've filled some positions, list them there, and they're trying to fill more. They're also focused on increasing training for your bus operators so that there is a continuity when it comes to the services and addressing the challenges they have to face. that's all been going on this summer and preschool being out. The next thing is they have put in place new approaches for capturing employee attendance so that it can be more accurately tracked. And then to do that, they're actually put in place some onboard tablets so drivers can clock in and out. And actually, this will allow for, that's one thing I wanted to dig into was attendance. And you'll see I didn't mention that much in this report. The reason was that the data wasn't good. Now, I've got some new data this week that was handed to me, so I'm going to be doing some more work on that. But it took too much effort to get that data. So with this new system, we'll be able to have good data and we'll be able to make good decisions. The other piece with the fleet management program, the NAPA piece of managing your parts for your transportation parts, you guys are putting that in place. An outstanding cost savings for the district there, $300,000 to $400,000. That's awesome. And then the last, and this is a big piece, is there's been a bunch of technology advancements, and one of which is putting in a new routing system. And at the time of my review, they'd already had the regular routes put in, and they're actually able to start routing next year's routes in July. And that's early for the district. Typically, we actually pushed that out a little bit, but we're actually this year going to be able to start earlier than in prior years to do some changes on the routes and have those down pat before school starts. We've been training the supervisors and the routing specialists, and also they're deploying the Where's the Bus app, which will help, and they're going to reintroduce that to parents, which will help parents understand what's going on with their children on the buses. All of this stuff is good stuff, but there are more things that we need to look at to really make sustainable solutions for the district. So those opportunities for improvement, it's going to sound basic, but the very first thing is getting control of our bus inventory. And when I say control, we need at a minimum to understand what the usage of each bus is, what the status of that bus is, and then who owns the bus? Is it leased or is it the district owned? The problem was in prior years, and again, Mr. Godet knows, I looked at this, 7 years ago? 7 years ago, we had bus inventory inside the ERP system. When we shifted the ERP system, that inventory module and those pieces weren't in the new system, and we didn't replace it with anything other than spreadsheets. So the problem is, in those spreadsheets, I had 3 when I started asking, hey, can I get the inventory? I got 3 spreadsheets, and they all have this status column, and the status column is used for all 3 of those things differently for each bus. So trying to go through the inventory and understand, okay, this is a regular ed bus, or hey, this is a trail bus or a standby bus, that wasn't easy. Understanding the status, is it active? Is it out for service? That wasn't easy. And then understanding what's leased and what's owned is a little odd too, because there are some leases that you guys have done where the maintenance is provided, and there are ones where you're just leasing to own. And there's not a good distinction in the system until you go look and pull those out. So the problem with this is not having good fleet management, understanding what the fleet is. You really are working blind a little bit, or at least with one hand tied behind your back, if that makes sense. So the first thing, and we've started doing this, is getting that inventory clean and then putting in a method or a system for being able to control it. Now, we could buy some fleet management software to do this for it and to help with that, and I do think we should explore what that would cost for the district to do. And inside that fleet management software, it will also address the work order system. Those usually go hand in hand in the same type of software. Again, 7-8 years ago, we were cutting work orders using the ERP system. When that system, again, switched to a better system for the district overall, that transportation piece wasn't in the new system. So we stopped having work orders. So everything started being kind of manually spreadsheet tracked, right? And because of that, we don't really have good reference data on how much work is going into how many buses. And again, we also don't know where there's gaps in our ability to fix certain buses, if that makes sense, other than the knowledge of people working there every day, right? What they've built by working. So that doesn't sound like a big deal, but not understanding your fleet and not understanding your maintenance requirements and your ability to meet those requirements means that you have issues sustaining service. So the first thing is we got to get control of the fleet and the maintenance activities. The next thing is we do need to look at bus driver pay and hours, and I kind of align that with other peer districts in your local market. I did a full-blown pay compensation. It's in the full report. You guys have access to that. I believe that's been given to you guys. That needs to be adjusted. And the other thing is we need to right-size the fleet. So when I started, you guys, in the bus inventory, I had 901 buses. 107 of those were surplus and and were actually sold, I think, because of being surplus. There's only about 648 are operational out of the remaining 800 or so. Out of that 648, that's everything now. That's your regular ed, your special ed, your trail / standby. I call it standby. I think you guys call it trail. I'm trying to make sure I use that language. And also, I think there's 22 activity buses at your schools for field trips and athletics. Those are inside that 648. That number is still high based off the number of regular routes. If I look at your regular routes, your sped routes, your standby and activity, and then I use a standard for spares, which is 15 to 20% of your daily use, you're still not at that 685 mark. So you actually have plenty of buses. We just got to make sure they're in shape to run. Does that make sense? It's not that you don't have buses. The other issues that we saw was that when it comes down to your maintenance department, there's 21 people in your maintenance department. Only 13 of those people are mechanics. So 2 of them are laborers. They help move the buses in and out. That's very vital. Rest are in some form of coordination or leadership roles. I think it's 6 total. That's a lot in coordination leadership roles, managing 13 mechanics. When you look at the average number of buses per mechanic in the nation and in the region, because I have that data and that's inside the report, you'll see it's around 24.6 buses or so per mechanic. You guys are running a lot higher than that. That is one sign you're not staffed correctly, or it's a matter of not just having enough mechanics, it's having the right staff, if that makes sense. So the other thing I did is I built a labor calculator that actually could plug in your whole fleet and look at fleet age and odometer readings and use those factors to calculate, and it shows here's the fleet new, the staff required, and here's the fleet at your current status, the staff required. Now, those show that even if you drop down to the right size number, there's going to need to be some mechanic staff. You do not have enough mechanic staff to handle the buses you have. Now, the problem with that is you're going to have a hard time attracting that staff, because I looked at compensation for your mechanics as well, and it's significantly under. Your drivers were under a little bit, but your mechanics staffing was way under. The other issue is because of the local market, diesel mechanics are really hard to come by here locally. So even if you adjusted the pay, you may not be able to get the people you need. And because of that, the other suggestion that I have is that you should see what is out there as far as contract maintenance approaches and what that would cost the district as well. Kind of look at both of these scenarios. Can you get the people? If you raise the pay, can you get the people? If you can't, if we contracted, what would that cost? And even in the contracting side, there's different approaches. There are turnkey companies that would probably provide you the fleet management software, the work order system, and the mechanics. And there's also companies that would just hand you personnel, mechanics. If you can't get them, they'll get them for you. So what we're suggesting is in the roadmap for improvement, we're showing that, let's see if we can advance the slide a little bit. We're suggesting that should take about 45 to 60 days to do kind of an RFP to go and see what's out there and available. That RFP needs to be written in a way that would allow companies to respond both with individual staff or a turnkey, we take the system and we run it for you. And while that's going on, there's things we need to be doing right now, such as getting the bus inventory in order, understanding what, if we right size the fleet, what's the right buses for us. Let's get rid of the worst ones. We need to put in place a work order system, even a manual one right now, using, well, I say manual, but really semi-automatic, using different software tools the district has. We can put all that together in the next 30 days or less. That needs to be happening right now. The bus operator compensation should be addressed with your fiscal budget planning cycle that you're in the middle of now. And then that RFP bid package needs to go out so you guys can see what that looks like. Once you have that information, you have your inventory, kind of understand what you have there, you have at least a basic maintenance process that gives you controls in place, then we can evaluate the decision of, okay, do we need to outsource? Do we need to add some contract staff? Or do we need to, can we build it from the grassroots up? And then we'll understand what those things cost and the timing for those pieces. But those are the pieces that would come next. I hope I didn't go too fast. I'm trying to be a good steward of your time, and I'm an engineer, so I like to talk. Mr. Godet knows that too. I'm trying to be to the point, Mr. Godet. Any questions from you guys regarding the stuff we looked at?
Thank you so much for your report. Definitely needed. First comment, Mr. Lannis.
Well, first, thank you. I guess my first initial question is, where in the world were you at last year? We could have used this information during the great debate of 2023 regarding transportation. Now, this is really good. I really want to, if possible, to meet with you and the team just to get a more in-depth understanding of what these pieces and how these moving parts are going to look as we move closer to the school year. But I think this is a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I second what my colleague, Mr. Lannis, said. I've got kind of two questions. One, on one of the slides, it talks about making sure the Where's the Bus app, will be reintroduced with plans to address the past issues. I know I get a lot of constituent complaints that they just don't know whether the bus is showing up that day. And we have an app for that, but it has not worked. So could you tell me a little bit more about what we're doing to make sure that actually works this time?
I'm going to tell you what I know, but then Mr. Howell may want to interject as he's kind of leading that.
Sure.
Is that fine? Yeah. So you are adding a GPS technician? Go ahead. I'll let you do it.
We've had a GPS technician contracted with us since the middle of May.
Okay.
He's repaired around 200 buses so far. Any new buses that we get in before we put them on the road, they'll have a working GPS. Most of the issues that we ran into last year where the app didn't work, the GPS simply was not working on the bus.
Okay.
It was more, there was more to it than it just needed to be plugged in. The GPS was broken, and we had no one on staff. I was able to fix a few by YouTubing them, but
Right.
we had no professional on staff.
Okay.
And we have him contracted. Like I said, he's been here since the middle of May. We have to give him back next week, but we'll get him back the week of the 4th of July, probably to after Labor Day.
Okay, and then do we have a good system? Because I know also what happened periodically was a particular bus just wouldn't start that morning or whatever, and we'd send out another route. Do we have somebody on top of making sure that which bus tied to the GPS system is running that, that route that day, so that's timely updated first thing in the morning?
So one of the things that Brian mentioned in his presentation was we're going to have the bus operators clock in and clock out every day. So the great thing about how we've set that up, the students are not only attached to the bus in the system, they're also attached to the bus driver. So when someone clocks in, could be a trail bus, say they clock in and they put the route that they're covering that morning into the tablet, the students or the parents who are tracking that bus will now be tracking the bus that trail's on.
Good, thank you. My next question has to do with maintenance. And I know last year we heard a lot of reports that the natural gas or propane-powered buses presented particular maintenance challenges. Is that true, one? And two, how have we addressed that this year?
It is absolutely true. They're atrocious. Think of American-made vehicles in the 1980s. They're bad. We've addressed it. We're working. It's a particular vendor. We're working with the vendor. If you travel in Addis, it looks like a second storage for EBR buses as you drive through Addis. That's the repair shop that handles that. We're working with them to get those buses repaired. The way we have addressed it on our end, we're just not buying anymore. We're not leasing any of those, and we're not buying any of those.
Could I ask the consultant, is that consistent with what you've seen across the country, that we're not the only district having problems with these?
It is, and what the big push to move to propane or even electric buses, this is an opinion. Based on let me say that based on what I've seen, we kind of got the cart ahead of ourselves. We did some grants. We got a bunch of schools using propane. Sounds great, but the technology wasn't there for quality yet. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of that first-time buyer issue. When you're kind of the first to get something, mm-hmm. you find all the issues, right? Then they fix it, and then the next models coming out are much better. Well, you guys kind of got a part of that because I think you got those through a grant, if I'm right.
Yes.
So you guys kind of got one of those grants, which is awesome. But at the same time, the reason that was there was to entice you to try something new because it hadn't been done before. Right. So most of those first movers, meaning the first people to try this, have had some issues. You will find those improving over time. Mm-hmm. The other thing, though, is because we don't track maintenance because we don't have a system, I can't quantify what exactly is failing on those buses every time. Now, I know Mr. Howell has some ideas of that because he has to see it every day, right? Right. But I'm a data guy, so I like having the data. There's the data you feel and see, but then there's this underlying data that it's not always obvious. It sometimes helps you better understand things. Right. You don't have that level of detail. It would be great to have that on those buses, because then we could even present some of that back to the manufacturer.
We were told last year that this district hadn't spent its own money to acquire a bus for like 15 some odd years. We've been taking these grants to get whatever the grant was pushing. What about electric buses? I know we took delivery of some. We're scheduled to take delivery of more. I know there's concerns about how long the battery will last and whether they need to be saved on short routes. What are we doing with that?
So we have 19 electric buses currently. The best that we can estimate is that we might have 12 that run on a particular day. And we've kind of worked around that where we just don't schedule all 19 to be used. We've kind of gotten a system where if they get there that morning and it's not working for a particular reason, they report it and they go pick one of the ones that are not being used.
And did we have to, as I understand it, we had to get rid of a functioning diesel bus for every electric bus? We were able to finagle that a little bit?
The definition of functioning is.
Okay. Say no more. Got it. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sule.
Thank you so much. This was very helpful. Okay, you made a statement about the amount of buses that we have, and I think you said we have enough buses. Did you say that?
You do. The problem is the status of those buses is not always super clear, meaning it appears based off the data I was given, but someone, and we've discussed it, is going to have to actually go lay their hands on every one of those buses to validate.
And that's what will be happening in the next.
That was the intent, so we can clean up that inventory, so we really understand it and know it. Because right now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
go
off.
ahead.
The status is, again, in that status field, we put all kinds of information.
Right.
And then we make assumptions about the information that's not there. So if we say, hey, there are some that we're very clear, we write nice comments, hey, this is wrecked, blah, 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 I can't run, right? But there's others where we just say it's a regular ed bus, but we think it's active. But, so we need to go through and trim that down. Physical buses, you got way more than you need. Running buses, that we have to validate. It does look like you do have enough. If the data, I try to clean it as best I could.
Sure. Thank you.
I did a bunch. But again, inside those numbers are those electric and propane ones that are problematic. So when you right size the inventory, you may find that, hey, even though they're newer buses, you may want to move away from some of those to some of your older buses that are more dependable to right size that inventory. Does that make sense what I'm saying there?
So, Mr. Howell, will that be done in this 30 days or less part of the process? When will that be done?
We started it Monday.
You started it Monday?
Tuesday. We started Tuesday.
Okay. So, can we get an update on that, like at our next meeting, where you're at, how many are functioning, how many are not?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful as we go through to see where y'all are at in the improvement roadmap.
I got you, yeah.
Especially as the school year gets closer.
And as expected, the functioning number is going to constantly change.
Sure, right, yeah. And then also, thank you for YouTubing it. Thanks for just doing it and trying to solve the problem the best that you could in that moment. But I really would like to see, especially as school gets closer, legitimately, like how many buses are functioning and good and working, and where are we at?
And I'll tell you, of the problematic ones that Byron mentioned, you're looking at about 200 right there.
Already that you know of, like since Tuesday?
Of the problematic. So he talked about the propane, of that 600, you've got the propane included and the 19 electric buses,
right,
which are, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. That's 200 buses right there.
Okay. I think it just would help us, especially as we get closer to the first day of school, to let the public know realistically how many buses are actually going to be making those runs. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Yes, I have a question in regards, thank you guys for the presentation. My question pertains to the staffing and attendance for the employees. We were told a while back that there wasn't anything put in place for when drivers call in the mornings. And so our first point of acknowledgement is when a child doesn't get picked up. So can you identify,
that's
employee
that
attendance?
attendance tablet where they have to clock in every morning.
Okay, so at what point do our administration know that that bus driver is calling in? Like at what point I mean, even though they're able to have the tablet and say for instance, they get up in the morning and, hey, I'm not going into work. So how does that tablet correspond with acknowledging that that route or that bus driver and that bus isn't going to be operated that day? Thank you, Mr. Howard.
So that's a question for me.
Okay.
So the tablet does register, but that's not going to be the sole source of our notice. We require the drivers to call in. We have a dedicated line specifically for the drivers that are only given out to the drivers.
So that's something new that's implemented?
So
because it wasn't done last year.
So you have to think the staffing issue is an issue.
Okay.
Because, for instance, you might have a large high school.
Mm-hmm.
Say that large high school has 1,400 students. Most likely, 1,400 students, they've got 3, 4, maybe 5 secretaries answering phones. We have 2 scheduled for in the mornings for the entire district. So they could be on that phone and a driver is calling that phone. So we've got to do something with the staffing.
And that's my
creatively.
concern,
And-
us implementing
Right.
something.
And I'll give you an example. So say, for instance, I put 3 in the morning, then that means I have 1 in the afternoon.
We got to do something.
We've got to do something with the
So
staff.
that's my concern. So that's what I would like for you guys to address that issue, because that's something that was brought up heavily on last school year with children not being picked up.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Really excited to at least see some recommendations on where we're at and what we can do to move forward. I've got some specific questions, I guess, about some of the points that you brought up where we need improvement. Mr. Smith, can you tell us in the budget that we're looking at now, what are some of the, I guess, changes or improvements that are being made in transportation to address some of these deficiencies, like the mechanic shop, mechanic pay, some of those related things?
Well, and that's one of the things when you look at the role of improvement, we need to see, do we need to add more mechanics? Because we can always adjust the budget if that's the route that we need to do to add more mechanics, or if we need to outsource the mechanic to get additional support. So that's always can be added to the budget. So the budget is built to where you have the flexibility to make the adjustments that you need as far as with staffing. And
Okay, so nothing's been changed to account for that yet?
No,
We need to, that's where we're at now.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how we're going to move forward.
Yes,
It
sir.
would be a little early
Yeah.
right now to do that. And that's why on that roadmap, if you remember, I showed fixing the operator, moving out on that soon, because that's a definite. But there's a couple of different scenarios on how we could choose to roll forward with the maintenance. And we need to have all that cost in line to be able to make a good decision on it. That would be, I would expect, again, I'm not promising anything on behalf of the leadership, so I don't want Mr. Smith upset with me about this. But once we know what the cost would be, for instance, if we added contractors, if we outsourced the whole thing, if we bought the software tools we need, and we brought the pay where we need it to be to add staff, we can look at all those pieces. And it may end up being some hybrid piece of or approach of that based off the data coming in. So it's a little early to jump to that fix until we have all that other data. And that's not data I can pull, it's data we have to go solicit and actually do those RFPs and those pieces. So once that comes in, then it can be evaluated and a good detailed decision can be made on how to move forward. And it's probably going to end up being some kind of hybrid version of all those things.
Understood.
So it's a little early. It wasn't that I was trying to not fix the mechanics. It's that it's probably going to be a combination of a couple things we have to do there. Because we're missing people, software, pay, and systems. So it's a bigger problem.
Okay. A question I had about leased buses. I remember when we really started having issues, one of the pieces of feedback we got was about how we, for instance, last year we have a number of leased buses, and they were difficult because, if I understood correctly, the school system does not do the maintenance on those. So if we had lease buses that were broken down, for instance, they had to be serviced by the lessor or another maintenance shop, is that right?
You have 54 buses that have a maintenance option on the lease, meaning they're going to maintain it for you. And I don't have enough data saying that that's worse than what you're doing internally.
I just remember, and this
I'm
is
just-
anecdotal,
Yeah,
I just remember hearing, we would have buses and the mechanics would be like, hey, I could fix this if I could, but it's been at the shop for 2 weeks because it's waiting at whatever mechanic shop on Airline Highway waiting behind the 18-wheelers. And so my question, I guess, is with bringing on more lease buses in this budget that you're proposing, what's our maintenance solution for those? Is it going to be similar, or?
I'll step in with that. So we have 2 lease contracts right now with 2 different companies. The new company that we brought on last year got us through the year. And I'm not going to mention any names right now. It's a public meeting, but they got us through the year. Our mechanics don't touch it. They come to the bus and fix the issue. We don't have to bring the bus anywhere. The other lease company, we have to bring the bus to them. I'll also mention not changing the topic, but it is related. Our mechanics can't do warranty work. So think about it. All the propane buses are still under warranty. So anytime anything breaks on them, they have to go back to the dealership, basically.
Yeah.
So, and it's not like buying a car where they give you a loaner.
Right.
But the new lease company that we went in contract with last year, they do give you a loaner. If the bus breaks and we're not at fault because of the bus breaking, they give us a loaner.
Much better situation.
Much
Okay,
better.
That's good to hear.
And that is the expansion that we're making this year with that particular company.
Okay.
Point
Yeah,
of
that's-
information. I'm sorry. How soon can we get the bus if we do have to put in for a loaner?
Usually 5 days.
Okay.
Sometimes less. And it's not it is a running bus. It might not have AC on it, but it is a running bus. It's better than no bus
Not having
at
a
all.
bus, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll get out of the weeds with that. It's just something that came to mind that concerned me. I guess it looks like we have some next steps. My question to our administration is, what do you need from your board to help make this happen? Because I think we can all agree how important it is that we get this right. And the school year is really close. Our transportation task force hasn't materialized quickly enough for us to do anything. So all we can do is support the work. And so I ask, for you guys to communicate how we can be supportive, what you need from your board to make sure that you get the resources that you need, because we cannot afford for buses not to show up the first day of school. And I think we need to think of that day like D-Day. We need to have a plan in front of your board, in July that shows like, here's how we're going to tackle the first day of school. Here's what we have in place. Here's where we know our deficiencies are. And be really transparent with our community about what we're doing. Because if we don't, we're steadily losing, confidence if we're not there to pick up those kids. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue as well. Oh, Mr.
No, please, go ahead.
Okay.
Madam President.
And I'll just ask all of my questions at once. Once again, thank you so much for this presentation. This has definitely been insightful and possibly the most solid information that we've received in regards to transportation since we've started this tenure of our term on the board. What I wanted to ask is, I know that this would be a rhetorical question. I've heard what has been mentioned about the loaners as well. My question is, when we think about propane buses, diesel buses, electric buses, because we get a plethora of emails about electric buses as well. I would love for you guys to kind of expound, whether tonight or a different day, on what is the most feasible route for us to take. Also, I know that the last board meeting we had, we brought the contract with Napa, and what role does that play? My other question is, if school was to start in a week, do we have the resources to prepare for that upcoming school year to begin, or what would that process look like? And then also, where are we in the hiring process for the bus drivers? Beyond just what we have in our report, how can we assist with even reaching out to our community to get them to apply for bus driver positions? And I know that that was a lot, but I just wanted to put all the questions out and everybody just take your turn in answering.
Well, the first thing, I'll start with the end question. If we can get approved budget tonight, we can start marketing, not just with our support workers, but our instructional staff as well about the pay increase.
And, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Howell has already changed the protocols for having classes for bus operators. We were waiting to have 20, 25 people in the queue before we'd have a class. Now, as we get applications, we're having accelerating that pace and having more classes as we get applicants. So we get more people in the pipeline. To back up and give you an overview, this is why we're here tonight, to get to the bottom of and to get to the problem instead of dancing around it and discussing platitudes and generalities and patchwork decisions that we've tried in the past. We get in a room and talk about transportation, the big bad word, and people want to say, well, let's buy some more buses. Let's hire some more bus operators. And Mr. Smith, after he prevailed on our past relationships, asked me to come in, and one of my tasks was transportation. And he and I were having a conversation one day, and he kept asking the question, well, do we have enough buses? Do we have enough bus operators? And you can see the different pieces that we have shortcomings in. And one of the things he came up with, he said, you know, I think we still have some contract status open with Mr. Hedrick. Go see Kelly. So I went to see Kelly, and yes, we did. And that's what started this process. We were determined to get to the bottom of the problem, and even if the facts are somewhat distasteful right now, you first need to know where you are before you can improve. Right. And as Byron said, you've got to get the inventory right. You've got to get it accurate. We have shortcomings. When we have enough buses, we can't keep them on the road. And you saw the complication about the mechanic shop, about the pay for diesel mechanics, about the warranty work. It's a complicated process, and we have to address all those issues. Mr. Howe has already started. We've got to get ready for school. And we couldn't wait for Byron to get here to get ready for school. We had to get ready for summer programs. And that's why we started those initiatives that he described internally. Mr. Howe's already working on a work order system within house that we can use to track repairs. And we're moving forward with those things. We can't wait. In the meantime, now we've got the data we need to form a strategic plan to move forward to decide whether we need to outsource that mechanic work and get the buses on the road. We're accelerating the classes for the bus operators so we have enough. And Mr. Smith, and with the board's approval, we're going to give those bus operators a pay raise. So those are the kind of things we've taken initiative. And to the superintendent's credit, he's willing to attack this thing and get to the bottom of it, whatever the bad news is, so we can move forward.
So to answer the question about the propane versus electric buses, at this point, I would not recommend that we go propane or accept any more electric buses. You know, and that would be my recommendation to the board at this time. You had, if we were ready, if school was starting tomorrow?
Next week. Yeah, tomorrow.
Would we be ready? Well, I have to give credit to the transportation department because we have buses on the road now for the summer programs that I mentioned. And fortunate enough, with the new software that they have, they've taken the initiative to learn the software. They did the internal routing. And so I'm pretty confident that when school starts in August 8th for students, that we'll have buses on the road. Of course, and I'm just going to be fully transparent, that we have a high mobility rate, kids move around, that there will be some growing pains when kids, and this is natural in any urban district, when kids move from school to school. If they're not in the system, they're not on the routing system. But for the majority of our kids, they will be routed.
Yes.
Sorry, quick point of information. I know the state offers a stipend-based system for parents who have to take their kids to school. Is that something that we also considered as an option?
Right now, we're using and
I'm thinking it's only in the case where a bus is broken down and the kid's on side the road, and we know that we're not in a place where we can get that bus repaired in enough time. Is it an option that we could?
The closest that we're doing right now, it's a company called Everdriven.
Everdriven, yeah. It's sort of like a ride share.
Right, except they go through a more strenuous vetting process than our bus operators.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, two things. One, I would encourage us to get moving as fast as we possibly and responsibly can on this RFP for the mechanic services. Will our consultant be helping us design that RFP to make sure we're asking for the right kind of services?
He alluded to it a little bit in his presentation, but we've already had conversations about the plan A and B in the RFP, whether it's a turnkey operation or just staffing model. And he will continue to advise us on that, and we'll work with Jordan Clemens in our procurement office about drafting that properly so we get the right responses we're looking for.
Okay. I mean, because, 45 to 60 days for that, 45 days for that to go out to the street from now is taking us into the start of school. So, and it's going to be what it is, but I want us to move as fast as humanly possible to get that done.
And even though the timeline may not be ideal that we would have liked when we started this process of digging, but I would suggest we tear the Band-Aid off whenever it is. We got to move forward. If we put it off, we'll be in the second semester. Then we'll be talking about next year.
No, I agree. No, do it now. Just do it, and don't rush it so much that we don't do it right. But get it done as fast as we can. I would urge our staff to make this an extremely high priority, because none of us, I don't know that I can be sure that 9 of us are unanimous on anything other than we never want to go through what we went through last year ever again. But I think, and the other thing that I want to encourage our staff to think about is, particularly after some of what we saw last year, I don't know that I would fully trust technology no matter how hard we tried to keep it working. And one thing that I saw last year is we did not have good backup kind of manual procedures to, parents would call in, they'd get somebody who could not answer any questions, right? Is my bus coming today, or do I need to take my kid to school? The people answering the phones couldn't answer that. And so I would encourage us to not to implement, but to design and have ready to go some kind of more manual system. If the GPS stuff stops working, if we lose 20% of our GPS every day, then, or some unanticipated technology problem comes in, find out some way where the driver calls one person and says, I'm on the road, boom, and they write that down, and now and if some parent calls in, they can say Route 273 is rolling. I sat at Terra one day in the afternoon, and this was not an uncommon occurrence, according to the principal, just waiting to see if the bus was going to show up to pick up that last bunch of 30 kids hanging around outside the gym. Didn't know. And when it didn't show up at a certain time, then fortunately we have incredibly dedicated staff who all packed up a couple of kids in their car and drove them home, right? That the principal himself can't get answers or information as to whether the bus is going to show up to pick up the kids that afternoon. We need to have some system so we know that somebody in the transportation office has that information and it's disseminated through some kind of good old-fashioned phone tree, somebody writing down on a big board in the transportation office or whatever, yep, this driver called in on their cell number and told me they were running. And so that the principal can call and say, hey, is this bus coming? Or should we just go ahead and drive these kids home? Because they had to stay an extra like 20 minutes just waiting to see if the bus was maybe running 5 or 10 minutes late before they'd make the call. If they at least could get an answer, they could go ahead and get moving. So I would encourage us to have that some kind of more manual system as designed, not implemented. No, don't spend all the money to have, and call in the people to man the phone stations, but have it designed so that we don't have to start from scratch if the technology stops working. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr. Hendrick. Couple of questions that I have. One is, in your experience for a district our size, we do not use an overnight transportation pool, parking lot, or anything like that. How does that, what is your experience with those? Is that something that adds to the ability to manage the fleet, or obviously it's not as convenient for our drivers, but just thoughts on that?
It does add a level of efficiency that you guys are missing. Again, though, you wouldn't have like a central location. You
right, have 5 or 6 locations.
Right. I work with Hamilton County, Tennessee, which is Chattanooga, which is kind of like you guys in that it's the city plus a large portion of the county, and they use 4, and they have similar student counts as you guys. So they use 4 different locations across the county to be able so all their buses come in at night. All the inspections are done there. Each one of those locations has someone responsible for it that actually pulls that information, like if there's a situation where a driver doesn't show up or a bus is broken down, so they can immediately address that. There's even, in some cases, spares kept at those locations. You guys, I understand why you allow the drivers, because your parish is so big, and it does cost to set those lots up, or at least even if you don't own them, to lease them. It costs money. And it is your drivers have to drive there first. So there are some nuances to that I understand why you're doing it, but it really is a approach that most small school systems would do, not a school system your size.
And I think part of the thing is we grew from a small system to a big system and never updated our practices. So I would just like to make sure that thought is in the mix.
Okay.
I'm not advocating one way or the other, but that thought is in the mix. And as it goes back to the checking in, does that can also be a check-in, check-out for the morning and a check-in, check-out for the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because, one thing, because I jumped in the middle of some of this last year when we were doing it, and the lack of information was astounding. It goes back years and years and years. It's not just a change in technology. I couldn't even get information on when buses were bought and things like that. So cleaning up all of that data, you really are doing a yeoman's job. You probably got 20 years worth of data that you're going back and cleaning up and putting that in. But that wasn't the only place we didn't have information. We talk about salary compensation and things like that for bus drivers. We don't know how we pay bus drivers right now, because right now bus drivers get paid a straight 8 hours, whether they drive 3 hours or 6 hours or however many hours they drive. And so I would like to maybe Mr. McCann give you a different set of words instead of a pay increase. I think we need to talk about a salary scale readjustment, because I think we underpay starting drivers. And if you've been here 30, 35, 40 years, from the data that I saw, we're really paying more than any of the surrounding districts. So when we talk about we underpay drivers, it doesn't mean we underpay all drivers. So I think we need a salary reset. And some people might get a pay increase. I'm sure we probably wouldn't cut anybody's salary. But right now, I can't tell you what we pay a bus driver because I don't know how long they're on the road.
Well, and that's part of the problem, right?
Right, exactly.
Because when I do comparatives, I look at your annual salaries, right? Then you're a little bit under in some spots, like you just said.
Yeah, if you look at how much a bus driver makes a year, we're a little low on the beginning bus drivers and high on the more tenured bus drivers. But if you look at the per hour, you say we're down because they're getting 6 hours, we're giving 8 hours. So there's just all of this stuff. So I just don't want people to think that we need to do a salary reset on the whole system.
And that's what you're exactly right. When you look at annual or daily rates, to your point, there's some spots to fix. But if you look at the hourly, it looks heavily skewed because in your local area, Ascension's the second highest, and they're at 5. There are some, I did check, I came across some parishes up north that are doing 6 hours. But the problem is if those drivers are comparing to other districts and say, oh, we only do 4 hours. And they try to look at that pay, well, I divide by 8 versus you divided by 4, even though the annual salaries match, it skews everything.
Right. And so, that's the kind of understanding I'd like to see us try to get to, because we could really quickly, if we're not careful, by looking at just hourly rates and stuff like that, end up having an effective rate that we're paying bus drivers more than teachers. And so I want to be very careful about, and look, I want to pay the bus drivers that we need to pay them to get, I'm not trying to take any money away from anybody or anything, but it's one thing to leap to say we got to raise salaries versus we need to understand and adjust where necessary.
And if you notice in there, I said hour/pay.
Yes.
You got to work them together, or else it won't make sense.
Right.
Or it could lead to either overpaying, immensely overpaying, or again, people still have a bad taste in their mouth because they don't understand that differential.
Exactly. So I just want to make sure, because at the end of the day, these are part-time jobs.
Yes.
I mean,
and they get benefits, I believe, with you guys.
Yes.
I'm not saying, again, when you look, really the annual and the day rates are best to look at.
Right.
Because it's not 8 hours, it's up to 8 hours too. I think the way you guys phrase it, but it's hard for me. I don't have hard data to say this driver's doing 4 hours, this driver's doing 3 hours.
And what I've been told, I'm sorry, I'm overtime.
Oh, sorry.
What I've been told is that the reason that was put in, because we didn't want to pay overtime, but because if we had people, we didn't want to pay per hour because some bus drivers may be making overtime. I don't think that's a big issue, and we don't have a clue. One more question, work order system.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a computer systems guy, and internally developed systems raise my flashes.
Well, I would love for you guys to actually buy some good fleet management software that does all that for you. The problem is with fleet management software, if you go cheap, it won't have all the functionality you need. And those systems can be $40,000, $60,000 to roll out. So I just want you to have something, though.
Well, yeah, I agree.
You don't have any
but
of
the
that.
problem I have with internally developed is maintenance of the systems.
Oh, yeah.
And how do they keep going? So if we got to do internally developed to get by right now, but I would strongly suggest that is not the end result. That, look, if we got to, I guarantee you could have probably collected $60,000 just from us board members last year when we were going through this. Okay, so don't let that be the issue.
Okay.
We need a good, well-maintained system that is completely gets updates and all the kinds of things, new versions coming out where we configure it, but not. I can't remember the word. We don't write the code or anything like that.
Correct.
We configure it, but we don't customize it. That's the word I was looking for.
Exactly. And that's part of that. One reason I want you to do that RFP is some people may offer turnkey systems for you, right? Staff and systems go. And then at the same time, we can go price those systems. So in the end, when we get those RFPs back, we can actually run a bunch of different scenarios. If we did it this way, this would be the cost and benefit, and the pros and cons. There's going to be cons with these ones too.
Sure.
And we can kind of lay out that with data that's good and accurate. versus, it's about 40, 60,000. By the time we do that, we'll know,
understand.
you got this system that meets these requirements, here's the price.
Got
We'll
it.
have all that laid out for you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry for going over time. My apologies.
Thank you, you all. So of course, technically, there was no timer, but I just wanted to set it just so that we could, stay on pace a bit with our conversation. So, Mr. Smith, does that conclude your report, or do you have more to your report?
That concludes the report.
All right. Thank you. In the history of reports. So you all, I will say this. I have added a little bit of uniqueness and creativity. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
We're going to have a smooth opening.
Okay. Thank you.
On the record.
Thank you. Amen. Thank you. All right, so moving on, I have added, in many other organizations, generally, whomever is the executive director or CEO of that organization, they present a report, but then also whomever serves as the chair or the president of that organization also presents a report. So I just simply wanted to add this to our process. My report will not even take up half of the time that Mr. Smith's report took up. Okay. So here we go. Just really quickly, May 24, 2024 through June 20th, 2024, President's Report. And so this is from the day after our last full board meeting up through today. So starting something new, transparent and rewarding, a monthly President's Report. I participated in 52 meetings, conversations, convenings, and events on behalf of school board work, students, and the community within the last month only. 2 board meetings, including tonight, 1 committee of the whole board meeting, and 1 full board meeting. 5 board leadership meetings, including the president, yours truly, vice president, Mr. Martin, and superintendent, Mr. Smith, and or his staff. And generally, this is in preparation for public board meetings. So these meetings include virtual board leadership meetings. We've had an in-person board leadership meeting, inclusive of yours truly, interim superintendent, and district staff. I've had lunch with my VP. I've had lunch with my VP and my interim superintendent, Smith. And then there's also been a virtual policy meeting with district administration regarding new state-level legislation that is coming down the pipeline. There have also been 3 budget discussions just within the last month. 1 was a virtual budget discussion with district staff, followed by 2 community meetings, 1 at Capitol Middle and 1 at Southeast Middle. Thanks to all who joined us for those meetings. The next would have been 7 superintendent search and selection conversations. Yes, 7, just within the last month. There's been 1 superintendent search next steps meeting with legal counsel. There's been 1 in-person superintendent search and selection process discussion with myself and SSA Consulting and legal counsel. There have been 4 virtual superintendent search discussions with SSA Consulting that I participated in with legal counsel. There has also been 1 superintendent search and selection ad hoc committee meeting within the last month. There's also been 1 special meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board to select the superintendent candidate semifinalists. I've also engaged in 8 individual, if Dr. Finney is in here, 8 individual board colleague conversations, 1 in person and 7 by phone. There have been 9 EBR, individual constituent meetings, and phone conversations. So mainly those constituent meetings were in regards to confidential matters. However, there was 1 that dealt specifically with adjusting school start times. I participated in 1 graduation since our last board meeting, which was held in regards to Liberty High School. And then there have been 9 community partner conversations. They include everything from Banks Elementary, repurposing meeting with Scotlandville Kadav, the Volunteers of America, board leadership, which would include myself and Vice President Martin, and district administration. There have been 2 phone calls with one of our partners, Baton Rouge Alliance for Students. There's also been a virtual North Baton Rouge Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors meeting. I currently serve as the Director of Strategic Partnerships representing the school board in regards to the North Baton Rouge Chamber of Commerce. There's also been a meeting with the Baton Rouge General Representative, Mr. Edgardo, regarding the evolution plan for Capitol High School. I've also participated in a meeting and site visit with the Emerge School Board and staff. There's also been a virtual meeting with Baton Rouge Area Youth Network and Interim Superintendent Smith. I currently serve representing the board as an ex officio steering committee member, meaning that I am not a voting member. Also, I've had the pleasure of participating in a virtual meeting with Baton Rouge Area Youth Network, which is BRAIN, as a part of the steering committee. And then also there has been a phone call with school district's service provider, which would also include BRIC, Baton Rouge Youth Coalition. Also, there has been a virtual meeting with Baton Rouge Area Youth Network, our legal counsel, and Interim Superintendent Smith to further support how they can partner with us. Then finally, there was also a lunch that I participated in with representatives from the Baton Rouge Area Chamber, which actually took place today. They're determining how they will participate in the superintendent selection process. There have been 4 community events that I participated in, one in regards to the Women in Politics panel facilitated by the Power Coalition. This was inclusive of the She Leads cohort, Dr. Tia Mills, Representative Vanessa LaFleur, yours truly, Mayor Sharon Weston Broom, and Ms. Courtney Scott. I've also participated in the NAACP Juneteenth Gala as a representative of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. This morning, I had the pleasure of giving remarks on behalf of the school district at the Scotlandville High School 8th to 9th grade Bridge Camp Juneteenth program. Also, had the opportunity to visit with the Center for Welfare and Attendance Summer Camp Field Day today in hopes of sharing gift cards with the students that were participating in that particular camp. I've also participated in one out-of-town conference, which was sponsored by the NEA Foundation, and this was in participation in the National Community in Schools and Parent Engagement Conference in Atlanta, Georgia. There have also been 2 school board cohort fellowships that I have had the pleasure of participating in within the last month. For leadership, the title of it is LEE, which is Leadership for Educational Equity, virtual meetings. There's also the Aspiring Effective School Board Coaching Cohort virtual meetings. And so, of course, there have been 2 virtual meetings for that and 1 2-day-long virtual convening of that particular cohort. So you all had the opportunity to see the book that I shared at the last meeting. I will say that I have had one colleague who reported that she read the entire book, you all, before I could finish my book, and that was Miss Emily Sule. I have finished mine, but she finished hers before I finished mine. Also, I would like to share that there has been 1 additional special school board opportunity that has been presented to me, and that was a virtual introduction to the Center for Advancing Black Excellence in Education as a school board presentation. There's more information available for any board colleagues who would like to participate. Also, just a friendly reminder, this is Summer Dress Down. We're calling all principals, I repeat, all principals, to make sure your board members are equipped with spirit gear for their particular district and spirit wear for each meeting that we have this summer, and we have quite a few. So, considering all, this is my report. You all, the best is still yet to come. Thanks for allowing me to lead during this particular year. Thank you. Okay, so we can proceed forward. Alphabet E, reports from board appointees to committees and agencies. Are there any reports at this time?
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. As the
Thank you, Mr.
appointee
West.
to the BREC Commission and a serving BREC Commissioner, I wanted to make sure that our community knows that BREC is looking for, hold on, let me pull up the information. So there is a community advisory committee that is being convened for the Sandy Creek Community Park. If you're not familiar, that's in the Pride area. And so they are looking for individuals to serve on that and to give advice and feedback because that park is developing a new master plan. It's going to become, if you're not familiar, the community parks are our larger parks in the system. And so there's going to be a lot of investment into that park, and it's there's not a lot of parks in that region, so it's going to be an important park. So if you're interested, unfortunately, the hyperlink is kind of a bunch of gobbledygook. So I would ask Mr. Kuzan, if we send you this flyer, can you share it from EBR's socials? Excellent. We'll make sure that we get that to you. Additionally, I remember the other thing I wanted to recognize. So we actually have an employee in the building that was recognized just recently by BREC. He is a member of BREC's Green Force. Green Force are people that volunteer in the community that do conservation work. And there's a gentleman that I think is behind the glass over there, Mr. Nathaniel, that he volunteered over 1,000 hours of his personal time to conservation in our community, and he got recognized by BREC recently for that. So I just wanted to give him his props, if you will, for serving our community and serving our parks. And thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. I know, Ms. Soule, feel free to share. I know we have an upcoming event.
Okay, great. I didn't know this was the point it fits in. Perfect. This Saturday, we are having a fun day at both Barnes & Noble locations to support our school libraries. So there will be readers, community leader readers that will be out there from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. at both locations. The mayor's coming. There's different people from city council. The LSU men's basketball team told me this week that they're coming, bringing a few players out there. So there's a few school board members that will be reading. I've been practicing my riddle reading. I think I'm going to do a riddle book. So, if you want to come hear that. So that's going to be happening on Saturday. Also, every book purchased at Barnes & Noble during that time where you mention EBR school libraries, a portion of that will go to the schools. And also you can buy books there to donate. And then also Kendra Scott and Perkins Row during this event will be doing a portion of their proceeds to EBR school libraries as well. And then if you have books that you would just like to donate, new or gently used, you can drop those off at any InvestStar bank location in Baton Rouge. So thanks.
Thank you. Considering, I just wanted to remind my colleagues, I know that we have quite a few that are serving on community committees and agencies or have initiatives that are going on in your districts. I ask that you will make sure that you share them with me so that way we can always announce and celebrate the things that are going on in your districts. Now, let's move to alphabet F, unfinished business. Item 1, 2024-2025 Property and Casualty Insurance Program Policies. Consideration of a request to authorize the administration to approve the most cost-effective property and casualty insurance program policy renewal package for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the 2025 fiscal year and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Gode. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I had asked to have this put back on the agenda without recommendation so we could get some further information. And so I just wanted to thank the people involved for getting that information to us. It was very helpful and informative. The other thing I wanted, so I made the motion so we can go ahead and pass this. The other thing I wanted to bring up is back last year, we took the services of an insurance consultant, and that insurance consultant will have his final review And I think we're prepped to have that reviewed at the August meeting, which at that time it will be a more in-depth review of all of our insurance needs and how we might go forward in the future with RFPs and things like that, because we don't have the internal expertise to know how to do all of this stuff very well. And so I'm looking forward to receiving that report. But for this year, I recommend that we go ahead and approve the package recommended by the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public at this time. Okay. Seeing none, we will return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to F2, timeline, consideration of a request for the approval of the revised timeline. Before we go into a motion, if we could ask Ms. Slaughter to come forward. And thank you so much. We know that you've been working extra hard to help us with this process.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Finney, did you want to exit as well? I'm just asking.
As directed by the board, we took the option that you favored, the revisions that were made, and worked diligently to try and flesh out as much information and as much detail as possible. You can continue on with more detail with everything all the time, but we tried to give you an idea of process and timing so that we could gather your comments tonight and make adjustments as needed. We, as you can see, have communicated with all of the initial 16 candidates, those who you've selected as semifinalists, as well as those who were not selected. And we told them that we would be giving them more information about what is upcoming. We sent them a copy of the Cognia report and the strategic plan for reference materials. And we would like late tonight or early tomorrow morning to give them insight into your decisions about the timeline and what their expectations are, because we have a tight turnaround for them to get information back to you. And we think as much information and insight that we can get for you to make your next set of decisions will be really important. So specifically, we are on June 20th, June 21st. As I said, we would like to give them more details about expectations and turnaround time. We are hoping that you will agree that it's a good idea to do a vision video, which was on the original recommendation that was brought to you by Ms. Powell-Lewis. And we also believe that we would like to send some written questions and have responses in writing because you get a different sense of people between their video and their written comments. We will also begin reference checks and due diligence on the semifinalists. We only have 5. That's a manageable number. You'll be probably going down to 3. So it makes sense for our team to start doing that immediately. We are asking...
Ms.
Yes.
Slaughter, I do apologize. Maybe Mr. Shamlin, maybe you can help us. We're trying to see if there's any way that we can put this document up on the screen.
We can, well,
Or
we have
board docs,
emailed
or
it
both.
to you. So we did earlier today. It was late.
Oh, okay. Okay, there it is.
There we go. All right.
All
Thank you,
right,
IT
teamwork.
team.
Great. Thank you so much. We are asking candidates to submit their video and written responses by the 23rd, and that would coincide with a proposed vote on the finalists somewhere around June 26th, 27th, or 28th. That would give you at the very least 3 days to go through that, and the public as well. So those will be submitted, they will be distributed, and then posted on board docs for the public to view. And on June 25th, this was on the original recommendation, you all could submit interview questions for the finalist round. We had talked about June 26th as a special meeting, but in your last meeting when we were at Southeast Middle, there was a bit of a discussion about maybe the opportunity to go back to your regular board day, which is a Thursday, and just start the meeting a little bit later so that Board Member Rust can attend his commission meeting. That is a possibility. The main part of the agenda is voting on the finalists, and so that is up for your consideration. We outlined a voting process. You will have 5 semifinalists, theoretically, that you are considering. You would then vote for 3 of the semifinalists, and the 3 candidates receiving the most votes would move on as finalists. If there is a tie, the candidate with the fewest number of votes will be eliminated, and you would revote to then come up with your 3 semifinalists. Early in July, we will send a letter signed by the board president notifying the finalists of the possibility of an executive session. This is a requirement to discuss the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of a person. They need this at least 24 hours in advance, and that executive session would potentially occur on July 9th, so that would be the deadline for getting them that information. When you conduct the interviews, you do have the opportunity to go into executive session to clarify anything that came out in the interview with the candidate, as well as to have that character, professional competence, or physical or mental health discussion after all interviews are complete. And then you have until July 8th to get in shape, because this is a marathon. But I think we've managed to work in all groups. Now, see, as soon as I say that, I'm going to be wrong. As many groups as possible, open to the community, meet and greet, everything. So starting at 8:30, we would pick up candidates, and each candidate would have a separate host, either a board member, school staff member, as well as one of our consultants, so they don't have to worry about driving anywhere or getting from point A to point B. And certainly whomever the board member or staff member is can fill them in between visits and meetings and that sort of thing. Starting at 10:30, we would have panel interviews. We are suggesting that each school board member nominates 2 members to serve on each panel. That would give us a pool of 18 people. If, for example, you nominate 18 business people, maybe 12 would show up, maybe all 18 would show up. But you would have a good pool of people who would actually be on the panel, and it would not be so large that it would be unmanageable. All of the panels will be open to the public, but they are divided by focus area, because I think that some of the perspectives and questions may be different from one panel to another. The panel will be able to ask questions. We will stop the panel questions at a certain point. There will be cards and pencils for the audience. So if anyone has a question that they would like to ask from the audience, they can write it down and submit it, and our facilitator will read those aloud for the candidate to answer. Anyone who attends, whether they're on the panel or a member of the public, will be allowed to fill out an online public feedback survey that will those results will come back to you as board members. As I said the other day, someone knows how to set up a QR code, and they'll just simply, click the QR code and be taken directly to the survey so that you can have fresh feedback in time for the next day when you actually conduct your own interviews. There's a lunch break. You can see the candidate A, B, and C rotate between the different panel members. And then starting at 4:30, there will be a community meet and greet in a facility that allows us enough space to have 3 different rooms. The candidates will stay in the room. Individual members of the public can go from room to room to actually informally and individually meet the candidate. Some of the board members who really wanted to have that thought it was important to watch candidates in that kind of informal setting where they might be with potential constituents and how they would interact with that. And then starting at 5:30, we are inviting parents to come. Again, each of you would nominate 2, but this would be parent-focused panels. This one is a little bit different. We would have candidate A in the first slot, candidate B in the second slot, and candidate C in the third slot. The candidates would be sequestered. They would not be listening to one another in those conversations. And then if they're still standing, they'll be going to dinner with invited guests. July 9th, again, candidates will be picked up. They will be having breakfast with some various people, and then they'll start a district tour. We've gotten several great ideas of the mix of schools. We'll only be visiting 3 schools, but we want a diverse group of schools. This is, part of an opportunity for a candidate to do due diligence. It doesn't need to be all new schools. It doesn't need to be all magnet schools. They really need to see the diversity of our parish. Certainly at the schools, we could have, if we wanted more principals and teachers involved, we could have them gather at the schools. But it's really an opportunity to learn about the different schools in our district. We tried to keep that morning light. They'll have lunch, and then we worked from the bottom up to try and figure out when you would need to start your special meeting with enough time to allow for the superintendent, that should say semifinalists, the finalists' interviews to occur. Once they begin, we are estimating about an hour and a half for each finalist. We have listened and to those of you who very much want scripted questions as well as an opportunity for unscripted questions. So an hour and a half is really kind of the minimum for us to get the scripted questions through and give you all another round and a chance to ask your own question. Those will finish at about 7:30. And then if you need to go into executive session, we have that on there as optional. And that's the end of July 9th. At a minimum on the 10th, again, the finalists will receive the same letter advising them that there may be an executive session. They do have the right, if they don't want to be discussed in an executive session, to ask you to have that discussion in the public meeting. And then, as proposed on the original timeline that you looked at, on July 11th. That is when you would choose the new superintendent, and that would be a tight agenda, board discussion if needed, executive session if needed, and then the selection of the new superintendent. We looked at various voting processes. There would need to be a roll call vote. Each board member would vote for your top candidate. Candidate receiving 5 or more votes is named the new superintendent. If no one receives 5 or more votes, the lowest scoring candidate is eliminated. The board votes again on the remaining 2 candidates. The candidate receiving the most votes is named the new superintendent. So,
Thank you so much. So before we proceed forward, I appreciate you sharing those details on our behalf. And Mr. Shamlin, is it appropriate for us to engage in comments and questions now, or should we take a motion first and then engage in those comments and questions?
I would go ahead, if the board's pleasure, I would suggest offering a motion.
Okay.
I move that we adopt option A1 as our proposed budget for superintendent selection.
Is option?
This is not A1.
this is revised A2.
This is kind of A2.
I know, but at the last meeting on Monday, we moved both A1 and A2.
We did.
So we can have further discussion. So now we present the further discussion. I was offering up A1 as the option.
Okay, so if that is the case, A1 is the option that allows us to select the superintendent on July 1st.
A2.
No, we're actually,
A2 is what has
Is
July
No, it's
8th.
July 11th.
And this
11, no,
is
July 11th.
A2 with more detail.
Okay, A1.
Ms. Slaughter, okay.
He knows what he's moving. Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, so it,
I do appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Lannis. Is there a second for option A1? It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board. I will waive at this time. Okay, Mr. Lannis.
Oh, sorry. That was to put the motion up, so you can wait me to.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. Ms. Slaughter, thank you very much for the work that went into this. I do wish we could have had this level of detail a little earlier. I'm sure you do too.
Yes.
But I think that the process that you've laid out is very comprehensive. I think it's solid. It has a great deal of public involvement. It's very transparent. My concern with option A1 is, one, it doesn't have this level of detail about how we're going to do any of those things. And two, that's a very compressed timetable to make what everybody has agreed is the most important decision that this board is going to make over the next 2.5 years remaining in our current term. So for those reasons, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we adopt the timeline you've just presented, which let's call A3. And I'm going to make a substitute motion that we adopt this as the timeline and process for selection of the next superintendent.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin, a substitute motion, okay, that we adopt the timeline that has just been presented by Ms. Slaughter, and I believe that what Mr. Martin says is that we will refer to this as A3. It has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments of the board at this time. Ms. Stewart? Okay. Mr. Gode?
Thank you. Mr. Martin and Mr. Ballou, I'd have, Mr. Martin and Mr. Ballou, I'd like to ask for 2 minor friendly adjustments. One on the very last page where it says that the candidate receiving the most votes, that needs to be the candidate receiving 5 votes. I have no idea of how all this is going to go, but we cannot take official action without 5 votes. So I would say that needs to be candidate receiving 5 votes is named the superintendent.
I have no objection to that.
Okay. And then the other one, I know that at least one board member has the inability to attend on July 27th, and I had already pushed for the fact that we make July 27th to be July 28th. June 27th to be June 28th, which would give us another day to be able to review backgrounds and look at videos. So I would ask for a friendly amendment, if you would like, to make June 27th, to change that to June 28th, which would be
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
At 5 o'clock.
At 5 o'clock, yes, sir. I think that makes perfect sense, and certainly happy to, on my end, to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Baloo? Okay. Mr. Russ?
Thank you, Mike. That answered some of the things that I wanted to bring up. I just have one question for Miss or Dr. Slaughter, or
Thank you.
Christelle, as you've asked me to
Thank you.
call you. On the interview questions for finalists, I saw later in the process that we're talking about in A3 here that each board member for the finalist interviews would be assigned a predetermined question and then be allowed to ask one additional question of their choice. Are those predetermined questions the ones that we would submit?
Yes.
Okay.
It's possible that there might be an area of the
Duplication.
job or duplication, or an area of the job that's totally left out. We would make a suggestion that a question be added. But assuming that we get a good mix of questions, then those would be your questions.
So then is the process, each board member would, at that point of the process, submit one question
You're
or a series of questions?
you may submit any number of questions that you would
Okay.
like.
But those will be answered at the in-person interview, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And if we have a plethora of questions, then we'll try and circulate those to make sure that we get.
So after
desires
you
met.
guys would receive them, you would kind of compile, look over everything. If there's some questions that are very similar, you could combine them and then deliver that back to the board and said, all right,
Here's
here's
what-
everything you guys
Yes.
asked for. Okay,
Right.
great. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Ulay? Say it again. Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we are actually entertaining the substitute motion, which is in favor of the timeline that has been presented to us this evening. So comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. I'm going to carefully try to tread on one hat, the unsuccessful candidate. The other hat is the member of the community that would like a visionary leader for this school district. From Saturday to Tuesday was, in my view, not enough time for you all to carefully consider the 16 candidates that you had. But you probably didn't imagine that you would get 16 or 17 candidates. So what's done is done. The revised option A3 looks vastly better than the timelines we'd seen before. But I would suggest, if you dare tweak it anymore, that you introduce some written questions to the 5 candidates. Well, probably to all 5, because really, you've already pretty severely narrowed the field, and I think you want to carefully make sure that the folks that you consider moving on for the in-person part of this don't just look good on video, but hopefully they can write coherent policy statements. You have an obligation, I think, either to discuss and set policy yourselves, or find a visionary leader who will recommend clearly stated policies that can be implemented in a measurable way. What you don't want is somebody that sits back and waits for you to have to create policy if that's not what you have the time to do on your own. And you certainly don't want somebody that just creates, implements policy and maybe asks for forgiveness sometime later or doesn't bother with that. And there has been an issue with various administrations with the quality of written output. And since the first round of narrowing was based on video interviews, I would suggest not narrowing from 5 to 3 on the strength of video, but on the ability to answer identical questions in an identical manner with an identical timeline. I think that would be an important step that you might consider adding into this process. But July 9th is way better than July 1st. Do not let the rush to hire somebody, anybody, or the rush to put a crown on Mr. Smith's head before he vaporizes and you can't have him anymore or whatever. Don't rush this. Do not screw this up because you're in a hurry. Find a great superintendent that will lead this district not just to be good enough, not just to keep the state away, but to be the best school district in the state, if not the country. Thank you.
Madam President, could I provide a point of information?
Sure.
Dr. Finney, understanding that we've all seen the details of this for the first time just tonight, I wanted to point out that if you look at the page 2 on June 21st, it requires that the candidates provide both this vision video and provide written responses to written questions. So it's a very well made point. We've already addressed it in there. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Matthews.
I want to make a recommendation before I get into my other part. I would recommend meeting on June 25th instead of the 28th because EBR is closed on Friday the 28th. And board members can simultaneously submit questions as candidates are posting their videos. So what's happening on the 25th can happen on the 24th while the candidates are submitting their things, at least in my view. Just recommending that. I am still concerned about this video as an educator, and the educators on the board. Also, this should ring true too. Know that when you assign a project, the amount of time that you give for the planning and the implementation means what you're going to get out of it. Okay? So if I don't give enough time to a child to plan and prepare and to actually put the project together, determines if I get crap, a parent doing it, or a kid actually doing well on it. So if we're only giving them 2 days to do it, either we're going to get some people turning in something that's rushed, because these people all have jobs. They're still doing their regular work, right? And so we're either going to get something that's rushed and just thrown together, because I don't want Superintendent Smith to stop running EBR to do this. And he is a man of integrity. He's not going to use EBR resources. Okay? And I don't expect any of the other candidates to do any different. Okay? Or possibly it's not a big deal because maybe somebody else is doing the video for other people. Or it's going to be very rushed and not something that looks great. And I don't want them to be judged based on a video that was rushed because they only had 2 days to do it. That is an issue, and that's what I was trying to bring up the other day. As a teacher, I understand what that looks like. I was literally, y'all know how petty I am. I was gonna bring my big paper mache red horse that's still on my thing in my classroom. A parent did it. I didn't know that when I was a first-year teacher. Okay? Parent did that. Versus what a student does. When you don't understand those things because your eye's not trained for that yet, because you didn't give a kid enough time to work on it, then that's what you're going to get. You only get what you give kids time to work on. Same thing for adults. That doesn't mean that they're not good candidates. But if we're not giving them time to do the assignment, then you're not going to get a good result.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments.
We have one internet.
Okay.
All right. Latoya Williams, excuse me, posts online, timeline A1 allots for 1 day of community meet and greet and 1 day of board interview. Candidates will not receive a district tour. 1 partial day of interviews with the board is not enough time spent with the candidates to determine the best fit for EBR. Based upon some controversial applicants, this board needs to spend as much time as possible with each semifinalist. Timeline A2 has a long gap from June 29th to July 7th, with the selection of a superintendent on July 11th. This is less than 30 days before the start of 2024-2025 school year. This timeline should be moved up. This will be the most important decision made by the board. The board has had since January to start brainstorming a process for the selection of the next superintendent. Finalizing the timeline continues to be pushed back. I hope tonight this board decides on a final timeline. That is all the internet comments.
Thank you. Hearing no further public comments, we will now return to comments from the board. I have entered into the queue, and I just wanted to share, first of all, thank you so much for the enriched dialogue that we've had in regards to this matter. I know that we have been discussing this for quite some time. I want to make sure that I did not miss any revisions to the timeline that is that we are discussing at this time. And the first is, thank you so much, Ms. Slaughter. I know that the original date for the presentation or for the vision video would have been the submission of the deadline being June 23rd. I would even suggest, if we're going to go with this timeline, that we push it back by a day at least, because right now, today is the 20th. It would have been an ideal due date if we had adopted the timeline on Tuesday, but we didn't adopt it on Tuesday. So with that in mind, the most that we could do is to push it back until June 24th in order to give the candidates ample amount of time to turn in their 5-minute video. The other was, I know that one of the friendly amendments was to move the school board special meeting date to select the finalists to the 28th. Did we also address moving it to the 28th at an earlier time than 7?
The friendly amendment was to do June 28th at 5 p.m.
So y'all know I was multitasking because I was writing at the time. My apologies.
Are you offering a friendly amendment on the June 24th, the June 23rd to June 24th?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Okay. All right. And then,
And to push everything else, everything else back by 1 day is, no, excuse me.
we don't need to push anything.
Is to make the video and written responses due June 24th by 11:59 p.m. And then that would also mean that the dates of... Oh, thank you, Mr. Lannis. And that the dates of June 24th and June 25th would be changed to June 25th and June 26th?
I would assume so.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because that, again, one of the reasons we wanted to move it back to the... One of the reasons we wanted to move it back to the 28th was to give the board more time to be able to view them and all these sorts of things. So if we have the 28th, I think we need to be able to get the videos. You know, if you want to make it the afternoon.
So it sounds like there might be a key question here. Ms. Slaughter, have you all already informed? You've already informed the semifinalists of the vision video that they would need to create?
We have not. We have sent them the Cognia report and the strategic plan, and told them that they will have that as reference, indicating that they should go ahead and review that.
So I would like to rescind my amendment, okay? And thank you so much, and it's going to lead to the next part of what I need to share. So I do agree with us changing the date that we meet to the 28th, because I know not only Mr. Russ, has an obligation, but so does Ms. Sule have an obligation with her daytime job, her regular job. So I agree with that. I also want to state for the record of any candidates who are listening that you need to make sure that you view both the strategic plan and the priorities report, that any executive session is optional, but that's to discuss financial matters, not confidential matters. Confidential matters. I repeat, confidential. Okay? And then also, as we talk about the business leaders, we'll get a chance to discuss this further. As I mentioned to everyone before, I had the opportunity to sit down with the legislative policy persons with BRAC today, and they are offering to assist in some way with our business leader panel interviews. So that is something that we can talk about further if need be. Also, I wanted to point out that if we are going to accept this timeline, colleagues, on July 9th, it's not requiring that we all be available all day, but that we can be available as of 2 p.m. through the end of the day. And then again for July 11th, just for the sake of the written words, Ms. Slaughter, if we would make sure that we say executive session if necessary, just for clear understanding. Now, here's the last part that I want to share, and this is, as I mentioned before, I'm thankful to for the dialogue that we have engaged in regards to this. As I mentioned before as well, I'm fine with whatever timeline we choose. I know that Ms. Sule and Mr. Russ have obligations on the 28th. I think I shared with Mr. Gode, I'm sorry, on the 27th. Y'all can tell I'm tired tonight. Okay, and I know I shared with Mr. Gode and some others as well that some of y'all know that I would have to take one for the team, but I'm willing to do that for the sake of this important work if we were to accept option A1, because if y'all don't remember, I think I had less than a quorum is what I'm gonna say, but on July 1 of last year, I was getting married. So July 1 is my wedding anniversary, my very first one. But at the same time, whatever we decide to do, I'm fine with. And because I've had such a heavy involvement with all of the different timelines, I am going to abstain from a vote on any of the timelines tonight. So I'm just letting you know that because I know how involved I was in the creation process. Also, I want to say to us that you all, my heart goes out to you, Mr. Gode, Mr. Ballou, Mr. Lannis, for going through this process more than once a couple of years back. I will say this, that I hope that we take this document or take whatever document we accept and create a protocol that supports it. Not exactly a policy, Mr. Gode, but specifically a protocol that we can go back to in the case that we ever have to revisit this in the future. So those are my 5 cents. All right, thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. I think a lot of your sentiments are some of the same that I have. So first, let me say kudos to you, Vice President Martin, SSA, and anyone else who has something to do with this process. I don't know if people understand how daunting this process is. You know, it's not easy putting these things together, and I too agree with you. It doesn't matter which option we go with. I just wanted to make sure that it's one that makes sense. For me, choosing option A1, the first thing that popped in my mind is that we will be, with the last option, we'll be less than 30 days before school starts back. Teachers arrive back on August 5th. And the person who is selected, they're going to need enough time to understand how to operationalize our district, get a familiarity of all of our departments, all of the employees, and also trying to boost employee morale. It's a lot of that going around right now, a lot of the conversations that you hear throughout our community. But again, Dr. Slaughter, my hat goes off to you. Option A3 is a great option. I like the fact that everyone can participate in it, but I just wanted to just spell that out. I think that we're going to put our right foot forward, and the right and proper selection will be made. So I just wanted to give you all kudos again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Lannis. I appreciate that very much. You know, in an ideal world, honestly, I'd like to be making the choice with this process, but making that choice on like July 4th or 5th. that's not going to work. And if we try to do it the week, even if we try to make the selection on July 1st, that accelerates it too much. It makes it too difficult to have the full level of public involvement that we need to have in this process. And if we have it on the 5th, I mean, be un-American to have it on the 4th, right? We're all going to be watching fireworks and eating some hot dogs that day. If we have it on the 5th, nobody's going to be in town. And so that really leaves us with the week of Monday, the 8th, to do this. And if it wasn't the week of July 4th, I'd be all for that. But I think given that, I think this option A3 is the right one. And so that's why I'm supporting that option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Soule.
My question was about asking the principals and teachers and business leaders and community leaders and each school board member giving those names to you. Do you have a date that you want those names?
Ms. Sule, you're really good because I just made a note that we did not determine that.
Oh, thanks.
So
when
good
would
for
you like
you.
to, do you have a date that
No,
you want to add in?
As soon as humanly possible? Is that what we would?
Well, I didn't know if we needed to add it into this before we adopt it. I just was thinking.
It's a good idea.
I wanted the people to get whoever's inviting
Yes.
them.
Yes.
So that they actually have time to show up.
I think that's a wonderful idea. And, these are your nominees, your contacts and colleagues and constituents, I would hope. So I think that we could take that as early as the 25th, along with your interview questions, if you'd like to consolidate that on the same day.
Would you like to make that a friendly amendment to add to June 25th, that the board would submit its nominations for the interest group participation?
Yes, this is for the record, my first friendly amendment since accepting office. I would like to add a friendly amendment that we submit our names by June 25th to SSA Consultants.
Okay. I accept that. Mr. Blue, I heard him accept it. 25th.
25th. I was like, no.
It's 7:41, Mr. Lannis.
That's the problem.
You're trying to hurt Madam President's on-time finish record.
That is already over. Okay. Ms. Soule, was that it to your question? Okay. All right, Mr. Russ.
Question, is there actually, has there been an amendment to change the state on this video? Or was it just talked about? I don't think
It was
we,
talked about, but it was
anything.
withdrawn.
Okay, I'm going to make a point, and I hope nobody takes this the wrong way, but the people in this process are the highest professionals we could expect to show up in this room. If they're not already writing a draft or have a draft finished on this by now, they are way behind the ball. They knew Tuesday when we selected semifinalists that this was on the thing. If they're not watching this video saying, God, this guy's really a pain in my butt, then I don't know what to tell them. Like, they're maybe not engaged in this job. So, Ms. Matthews, I totally understand. You got to be prepared for the assignment. If they don't know right now that they should be working on this assignment, they don't need to be in class. It was sent to them, right, Ms. Christel?
They won't receive the rubric. That is for you to evaluate it, but they have not received, to Ms. Matthews' point, they have not received the questions that we want them to address in the video or in the written narrative.
But if
That
they're
is
not doing
correct.
their homework.
But we
then-
we did not want them to have it before now, and that is why it's not
Fair.
here tonight.
I say, pressure's on. This is a tough job.
I agree.
They knew it was coming.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we are now about to entertain a vote on the substitute motion to accept the timeline presentation that has been given to us tonight. Option 3, A3. With all
with the friendly amendment.
With all the amendments.
All right, no, I think Ms. Stewart's correct. So if I may, I made the motion.
Madam Secretary, are you okay with him reading all of the
Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's read how you have it.
It's a friendly amendment to the substitute motion to approve option A3 as presented by SSA of the revised timeline to change June 27th to June 28th at 5 p.m. and to require 5 votes of the board to select a superintendent and to submit names to SSA for community participation by June 25th.
That's what I have.
Sounds good, Gwen.
Okay, we will now entertain a vote, and thank you once again, Ms. Slaughter.
Okay. You missed one.
Yes, Mr.
Thank
Covey.
you.
You missed on July 11th, executive session if necessary.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
If necessary, that is correct. And so you all, Mr. Lannis is pointing out all of the run-on sentences that we have going on.
If necessary. Sorry about that, I hadn't caught.
What was that date, Mr. Goday?
July 11th.
That the executive session is if necessary.
It's July 11th.
Oh, that's what it was?
Please vote. The motion carries.
You need 2 Bibles for that.
Thank you. All right, we're now to the consent agenda. Number 1, consent vote. Mr. Russ, would you like a fresh bottle of water over there? Okay.
Now, I'd like to know what I did to Madam President to get stuck with this job.
It's all Miss Armin, all Miss Armin.
Okay. Make sure I bring her some flowers next time. Item G1, consent vote. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the irregular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the irregular agenda. G2, advertising in official journal, 2024-2025. Consideration of a request for the approval to select The Advocate as the official journal, newspaper advertising of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the fiscal year 2024-2025. G3, advertising of bids, 2024-2025. Consideration of a request to authorize staff to advertise, receive, and award bids for materials, equipment, supplies, and services through June 30th, 2025, to the lowest responsible bidder proposer, meeting specifications and all state and federal requirements for quotes and formal invitations to bid. G4, semi-annual financial tax plan update. Consideration of a request for the approval of the actual December 2023 semi-annual financial tax plan update in the 2023-2024 revised budgets for propositions 1, 2, and 3, strategic alignment, operational excellence. G5, resolution, reject uninsured motorist coverage. Consideration of a request for the approval of the resolution authorizing the board president and the superintendent to execute and sign all documents to reject uninsured motorist coverage in connection with the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's automobile liability coverage in its self-insured retention program for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. G6, professional services contracts, exceptional student services. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, Deaf Resource Center of Greater Baton Rouge, LLC, in the amount of $80,000 to provide qualified sign language interpreter services to students. Funding source, IDEA 611. B, Dr. Kashunda L. Williams, LP, BCBA, D, NCSP, Sundry Behavioral Services in the amount of $60,000 to provide applied behavior analysis services. Funding source, IDEA 611. Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College, on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center, in the amount of $78,450 to provide professional development and specialized support for students with disabilities. Funding source, redesign IDEA 611. Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College, on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center, in the amount of $84,000 to provide professional development and specialized support for autism services. Funding source, redesign IDEA 611. EGAN Healthcare Corporation, DBA EGAN Oshner HCBS River Parishes, in the amount of $198,000 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Chase Healthcare, in the amount of $93,200 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Turner LLC, in the amount of $1,211,600 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Pediatric Services of America LLC, DBA Aviana Healthcare, in the amount of $932,000 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Strategic alignment, student achievement. 7, grants, early childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2024-2025 early childhood grants. A, Early Childhood Workforce Planning Grant in the amount of $100,000 for workforce planning. B, Early Childhood Ready Start Network Grant in the amount of $100,000 for the Ready Start Initiative. C, Early Childhood Community Network Lead Agency, CNLA, grant in the amount of $356,475 to support the EBR Early Childhood Community Network, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement. 8, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Early Childhood, LA4. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, in the following. A, Baton Rouge Oshner Discovery in the amount of $223,200. B, God's Little Angels Child Care in the amount of $55,800. C, Greater Bridge Academy Child Care in the amount of $111,600. D, Impact Charter School in the amount of $111,600. E, Just Us Child Care of Baton Rouge in the amount of $111,600. F, Kiddoscope in the amount of $55,800. G, Little Dreamers Academy Child Care in the amount of $111,600. H, South Baton Rouge SBR Charter Academy in the amount of $223,200. I, Second Baptist Christian Academy in the amount of $55,800 to expand early childhood seats. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, Cecil J. Picard, LA4 grant. 9, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Early Childhood Microcenters. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, in the following. A, Kids Carousel at Crestworth Elementary. B, Kids Carousel at Baton Rouge Foreign Language Academic Immersion Magnet, BR Flame. C, London Bridge at Westminster Elementary. D, London Bridge at Baton Rouge Center Visual and Performing Arts, BRCVPA. E, Little Dreamers at Northeast Elementary to expand early childhood seats, strategic alignment, student achievement. 10, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Early Childhood Microcenter, Louisiana's Early Childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, and the YWCA at Capitol Elementary in the amount of $309,770 to expand early childhood seats. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, Louisiana's Early Childhood Grant. 11, contract, Genuine Parts Company, DBA Napa Auto Parts. Consideration of a request for the approval of a contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Genuine Parts Company, DBA Napa Auto Parts, to purchase automotive parts and services at a discounted rate. 12, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR PSB, in the matter of Tremaine M. Sanders v. Emma Davis et al., docket number 690192, section 21, 19th Judicial District Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana. Madam President, I so move.
Could you repeat that, please?
No. And we'll wait for them to come back.
Sorry, I was listening. I heard it all.
I did underestimate you. Thank you so much. So are there any items that need to be pulled from the consent agenda at this time?
I'm seconding
Okay, seeing that there are no items that need to be pulled, is there a motion to accept, or he's already given the motion? So who is second? Okay, and it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board on any of the items in regards to the consent agenda? Okay. All right, comments from the public? Okay, Mr. Gode.
Yeah, I just wanted it on the record. I know there's something in here involving a remote location of Ochsner, and I just wanted to know my family member has absolutely nothing to do with the management of that location, so I don't want to pull it off the agenda and make us have another vote and do all that sort of stuff. So I just wanted it on the record that I have no, or she has no involvement with any of that operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
And similarly, I want to note that there's a couple of things in regard with the LSU Health Science Center. That's a separate campus. I don't work for that campus. This is not a part of LSU that I have to recuse myself from, so I'll be voting on it. And I also want to commend Mr. Rust for an outstanding job in getting through all of that. Well done. Thank you. I'm glad it wasn't my duty tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. You hurt Miss Matthews' feelings letting me go first. So I'll be quick and reserve the rest of my time for her. I wish before, with respect to item 8, before we direct available funding to Impact Charter and the Ochsner Discovery Charter in particular, that we made sure we fully funded 3- and 4-year-old programs to the extent there's money available at publicly run, publicly funded schools as opposed to privately operated, publicly subsidized schools. That's a really big deal. And I think you as a board need to establish that it is your responsibility to provide education for public school students first, and not to be a funding mechanism to support charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
He said I could have his time, April.
For the record, she was one of the reasons why I was delayed outside.
I was no such thing. Since I didn't get through all of this last time, I want to speak on G4, though I don't want to have any impact on your vote. I just wanted to say it. For the Oversight Committee, the tax plan. Since Sherwood's being built in 1967, it has gotten a new gym floor, carpet out of the commons area, ceiling tiles. Every time it rains, the rain comes through and drains through, dripping into the actual school. New lights, cleaned the AC vents when it became a magnet in 2005, and that is it. That is all that has happened to the school since 1967. Terra was built in 1970, and since that time, it has gotten a new roof, a new gym floor, fixed some sporting areas, and refinished some commons areas, which were basically some cosmetic Band-Aids. So basically, and when the the floor tiles come up, asbestos comes up with it. So it's fine that asbestos is there in the floor because it's sealed down. But when the floor tiles come up, then it's exposed. And those tiles come up all the time, and none of it matches because that stuff isn't available anymore because these schools were built during the Cold War and they have not had a single renovation. There are schools in this tax plan that have had major renovations and are still back in the tax plans. Now, there was a very, very solid rule that Storm Matthews was never allowed to say the word Sherwood Middle Academic Magnet at this microphone. That rule has been lifted, and that's why I'm fighting for my school now. And that is why I have made the proposal that when Broadmoor, that it is now in the tax plan, that it simply be demolished, and then we can sell that land, and then we can make that a rec park, that it can be used by the community, and that way we can make money and turn it into a profit instead of having the building and then the charters, which charters don't want that one because that one's raggedy, but still, we can make money off of it and turn it into something the community wants. And then we can divide that $14 million between these two schools who have never gotten anything and are only getting $5 million in 2028. And what can you get with $5 million other than $5 million, you can't even take the lead paint off the walls. Let's be real. Please help us with that the next time this committee meets. Thank you so very much. I love y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Considering that there are no other public comment cards, at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I did want to comment on something that Dr. Finney mentioned, and I thought you made some very good points, by the way, Dr. Finney, but I would say that Impact Charter is one of which that is inside of my district, and I've seen them make tremendous strides. They started off as a academic unsuccessful school, and with the initiatives that they have created for students who are coming out of those neighborhoods, primarily 70805 zip code, they have made some tremendous strides, and I think this is something that can tremendously not only help those students, but also help those families. So I do understand the sentiments, but I think this is something they definitely need.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. My questions, well, not really a question. I'm gonna just share. I know that I pushed for quite some time for our school board and or district to take a tour of the schools within our district. I will be honest with you. When I first met Dr. Press Robinson, one of his statements to me was that as president of the board, he tried to visit every single school in the district and that he encouraged his fellow board members to do the same. And I will just share with you guys, I have not gotten a chance to visit every single school, but I try my best to make it to as many of the schools as possible. But I surely hope that once we have gotten through some of our circumstances of the summer, that we will put it within our plan, even if we have to load one of these buses that we've discussed earlier today and put a sign on the internet, Mr. Kuzan, to say the community is taking a bus ride, and that we schedule some Fridays when we can go and randomly visit schools to get a feel for what are the things that are, number one, going on academically, and then also what might be the facility needs. So that way we can make sure that we have wrapped our minds around what are the needs for our district as well. So I sure hope that we consider that sometime along the way before the year is out, before 2024 is over. So thank you so much. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item H, new business. Item H1, 2024-2025, proposed general fund budget. Consideration of the request for the approval of the proposed 2024-2025 general fund budget, the budget resolution, and the 2024-2025 salary schedules. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the proposed 2024-2025 general fund budget, the budget resolution, and the 2024-2025 salary schedules.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board at this time? Mr. Gode.
Yes, Ms. Lopez, please. Can't let you go without getting you up here. I just want to be clear as to, because the next item is going to be a resolution and this sort of stuff, which I'm confused by the resolution. But in the budget that we just reviewed,
Yes, sir.
there is a $12 million general reserve fund
Yes.
set up in that budget,
Yes, sir.
and 11 point something million dollars of that general reserve fund being transferred to the general fund, or paying expenses out, not transferred to general.
Yes,
Paying
sir.
expenses out of that.
Yes, sir.
So that is what's in the budget.
Yes, sir.
And there, okay, so I just wanted to make sure, because it's changed, I want to make sure I
It
understood
absolutely
that
has,
change.
but
Okay.
yes, it's 12 million, and it's about 11.5 million in raises and stipends.
So essentially, it's 1 year's worth.
It's 1 year's worth, and if you read the resolution that Mr. Shamlin and outside counsel wrote, it specifies that it is in excess of 2 million, but is 1 year. And so that's why it's 12 million in the budget, because it's 1 year.
Okay, I didn't see it say.
Yes, we intentionally put an end
It's an
date on
end
the
date.
resolution.
If you would like to add additional money, it would have to
okay,
be
I see.
at the board's vote and discretion. We could not do it without you.
Okay.
Point of information, so the pay raises are only for 1 year?
No, sir, pay raises are forever.
Okay, I just want to be
Forever.
clear. I want to be clear.
Now, stipends, I
Okay.
cannot do without you, but a raise is forever.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I was like, wait a minute.
No, I
Okay.
just wanted to be clear, because that was one of the key changes from the
that was a
budget
good
we've
question,
seen last time
Mike.
until this one. I'm fine with it. I just
No,
want to clarify it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on that point, that what this does, and I think it's a good change, but it highlights that the board has an obligation, working with staff over the next year, to borrow an old Buddy Romer phrase, scrub the budget and identify, just in the ordinary course of our funding, the amount necessary to fund these pay raises that we're going to be approving tonight. And I'm good with the change that reduced that to 1 year's worth, because that's what we needed to do anyway. And Mr. Goode, I think if you look at H2, you'll see that moving money into that surplus is just going to be authorized for 1 year. Scrub the budget.
Right.
Scrub the budget.
Thank you. Mr. Rust.
Thank you. I want to recognize the additional work that was put into this budget, and also thank and recognize that we have gotten this fund into a more realistic expenditure, which is what I have been asking to see done. I think it demonstrates that we will commit ourselves to doing the hard work, which is what we have to do as a board and as a school system to make sure that this can be sustained. So thank you for making that change. I've had some objections, particularly that I've voiced very expressly about the nursing move in program, and I'm not going to wear that out tonight, but I do want to put on the record that I don't think that it's the way that we need to make policy decisions through this budget. Again, I'm not going to wear that out. I hope that I'm wrong, that it's a good decision. I hope that it saves us lots of money and it serves kids really well. It's hard for me to feel like, as a public servant, I'm doing my job if I haven't been presented with all the options on the table. And I feel that we failed to see that. And I hope that that's something that this administration or the next, or whatever that's going to be, can understand, that we have to do a better job of showing our board all the options when we're making major policy decisions. Because, bringing on a nursing program that costs millions of dollars is a major decision for our school system and for our future. So that being said, you know, I have real objections with that, but I'm not going to let perfect get in the way of good. And I think that this budget will do some good. And so I will support it. And I hope that we can continue to do better as a school board in managing our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue. I just wanted to ask just to piggyback on Mr. Russ's point, if you guys can give an update. I know we had that conversation in our committee meeting about the nurses. Is there an update to any of the status of the previous conversation?
Sure, Ms. Dupree, if you want to come forth. We also added, which is in this budget, we have the options to hire LPNs to close that gap with what we had traditionally had with the Our Lady of the Lake with the shawls. So that's also included in the budget. And currently, right now, we have maybe about 20 or more applicants.
30.
30 applicants.
Yes. And if you have any friends, family who would like to apply, we are still taking applications. We want the best. So I want to make sure I address the question.
I just wanted a status update, and you guys have given that, and so thank you so much. So what I will say as well, y'all know I love when you come to the mic and tell us that you need support. So we've heard about bus drivers tonight, and we've heard about nurses as well. So if you're listening, we've heard about opportunities for bus drivers and opportunities for nurses. Thank you so much.
And it's very clear on the our application portal. It says school nurse. So it's easy to find.
Thank you so much. Ms. Sule.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you too to Mr. Smith and Ms. Lopez so much. My first time going through this budget process, and Mr. Gode for walking alongside and pointing things out to me. And I got to attend, I think, all the community meetings about the budget, and it was just great to hear questions from the community and concerns and what was important to them. And I feel like every meeting I really walked away with like a better understanding of what teachers wanted and parents wanted. And so it was just a real privilege to be on this side of it and to get to see it in detail and to walk alongside y'all with it and to see Ms. Lopez and Mr. Smith every time editing it. And that was just really impressive. And Ms. Lopez, I feel like I have to repeat myself a lot at work, but you like nailed it with it was good job.
Thank you so much. Seeing no, Mr. Smith, go ahead.
I just wanted to delay it before you guys vote. No, but I really want to just say thank the board for all the feedback in the community as we went through this budget process. It's really my first time as sitting in the seat as a superintendent, interim superintendent, to go through this process. And I agree with Mr. Russ that it's not a perfect budget, and no budget is perfect. But at least we were able to take the feedback, and we went from an assigned reserve account for 45, then 35, and now we down to 12 mil, which leaves roughly around maybe 21% reserve fund balance, which is still a hefty balance. And so, moving forward, I think the board and the staff will make those tough decisions to get us to where we can just operate within the general operating budget.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I won't repeat everything I said several hours ago, but I will repeat one point. If I were superintendent, I would not support taking money from the general fund, putting it into another bucket, just so that everybody's salary now comes from 3 sources instead of 2. That simplifies nothing. It serves no purpose. It's a ridiculous charade. You shouldn't stand for it. You're going to. I acknowledge you shouldn't let the perfect get in the way of good, but you're halfway through your terms in terms of approving budgets. And I haven't seen a measurable improvement in transparency. In fact, this budget is measurably less transparent than any budget before. You're going in the wrong direction. And this is the second budget of the 4 that you'll be considering during this term. When are you going to finally demand excellence? Do the children and the parents in this community not deserve excellence? Is good enough going to be good enough next year, and the next year, and the next year? Or is there a limit? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
My phone wouldn't let me press later anymore for the update, and I'm really mad because I was in the middle of something. Okay. To what Mr. Rust was saying, I 100% agree. I've been talking to several of our medical assistants, and their certification through the lake is done with years' experience. And the one that I had from Bel Air that was, closest to me, she had 26 years experience, so she's an MA too. And so what's being offered to her right now is a para. Do you know what our paras make? Do you know what an insult that is to somebody with 26 years medical experience from the lake? It's not acceptable. I agree with what we're doing to get the nurses and with the LPNs, and I've been talked into that. But we have to do something for the MAs as well, because it's not enough, especially with the diabetic care and the counting carbs and how many sweet potatoes that baby can eat and all of that. And I would like to see that. Also, there's still something I'm waiting to hear before I start texting board members and make sure that it happens tonight before this budget passes, because my teachers need it and FMLA leave is very real, and these board members who have sat through an additional after stipends come out, and then we come back through here with paternity leave, don't want to sit through it again. And they know that I will bring the teachers out to do it, so I'm still waiting to hear it.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item H2, General Fund Reserve Resolution, consideration of a request for the approval of a resolution authorizing the superintendent to transfer funds resulting from the unassigned general fund balance in excess of $2 million to a specified reserved account for the assigned use of staff raises and performance stipends. Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move to approve the resolution authorizing the superintendent to transfer funds resulting from the unassigned general fund balance in excess of $2 million to a specified reserve account for the assigned use of staff raises and performance stipends effective for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Don't we love that parliamentary procedure? All right. So it is, we've received the motion from Vice President Martin. Is there a second? And it's been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board? Mr. Martin.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, Mr. Gode.
Thank you. Maybe this is a question for Mr. Shamlin. I'm confused about the resolution. If I read the words that this says, it says that we're giving the superintendent carte blanche to move funds into a special reserve fund as long as we have more than $2 million in the general reserve fund for this year?
That's correct. My reading of it, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will offer a friendly amendment to that. And it would come in section 1 where it says resulting from the unassigned general fund balance for a one-time transfer of $12 million to a specified reserve account. Where it says in excess of $2 million, you put a one-time transfer of $12 million. I don't think it's a fiduciary responsibility that we would be giving carte blanche to be able to move funds around to special reserve funds and things like that. And as Ms. Lopez said earlier, the budget considers a $12 million number. If, for instance, we go and we need more money than that, we can always come back to the board for a different resolution to transfer more money. But I just feel this is too loose. And so I would like to make that substitute motion.
I heard you offer a friendly amendment.
Oh, I can do a friendly amendment.
Well, could we ask the superintendent to, or Ms. Lopez to express whether they're accept, that will work for them?
It's acceptable.
Okay. All right.
Okay, friendly amendment
it is.
Thank you.
If that's okay with the second.
For the immediate accept, don't you? We're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time, let us return to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. Here's another chance to stop this absurdity. Vote down this resolution. It's ridiculous. It's unnecessary. I mean, go back and revise the budget and just take the salaries out of the unassigned reserve balance. Easy. I'm sure many of you have heard of the KISS principle. Keep it simple. Fill in any S word as the fourth word. Preferably silly or sir or something appropriate. There is no purpose served in making the budget more complicated than it has to be. You should be striving toward simplicity and transparency. And I see all of you nodding, and you're still going to vote for this stupidity. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board at this time. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Mr. Goldie, I just want to make sure we clarify I want to make sure we clarify your change. It's a one-time transfer of $12 million to the specified account, correct?
Assigned account.
Assigned to Michael J.
For the record, everyone, that was a joke. Would you all like to read it for us one more time? Okay.
Excuse me, guys, we need to make a few more edits, make sure we get it right. Okay, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to take the vote.
Okay, yes,
I will,
please.
yes, I'll read it.
We wait for you to read it.
Friendly amendment to the motion to approve a resolution authorizing the superintendent to transfer funds resulting from the unassigned general fund balance in excess of $2 million to a specified reserve account to the assigned use of staff raises and performance stipends effective for the 24-25 fiscal year to change to limit the authorization to a one-time transfer of $12 million to an unassigned account. And that's what you wanted, right?
Okay, thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we're now down to item H3, 2024-2025, Proposed Special Revenue Fund Budgets. Consideration of a request for the approval of the 2024-2025 Special Revenue Budgets. Alphabet A, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Adult and Continuing Education. Alphabet B, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Baton Rouge High Radio Training Program. Alphabet C, proposed 2024-2025 Believe and Prepare Formula Transition. Alphabet D, proposed 2024 and 2025 Career and Technical Education Program, Vocational Ed, Basic Grant for States. Alphabet E, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Child Nutrition Program. Alphabet F, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 EBR Kickoff Classic. Alphabet G, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 EBR Basketball Red Stick Tourney. Alphabet H, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Educational Excellence Fund, EEF. Alphabet I, revised 2023-2024 ESSER 3 formula. Alphabet J, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Federal Programs Consolidated. J1, Federal Program Redesign 1003A. J2, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development B5. J3, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development 6-8. J4, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development 912. J5, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development K5. J6, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development UIN K5. J7, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development UIN 6-8. J8, Federal Program Comprehensive Literacy State Development UIN 912. J9, Title I. J10, Title II. J11, Title III. J12, Title III, Immigrant. J13, Title IV. J14, Title IX, McKinney-Vento Homeless. J15, Real-Time Early Access to Literacy. Alphabet K, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Gates Foundation. Alphabet L, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 21st Century Community Learning Center. Alphabet M, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 High School Summer School. Alphabet N, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 eye care program 710. Alphabet O, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 eye care COVID-19 workforce grant. Alphabet P, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 IDEA 611. Alphabet Q, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 IDEA preschool 619. Alphabet R, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 ERAA athletics. Alphabet S, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 JRAA athletics. Alphabet T, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Project Seed. Alphabet U, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Middle School Summer School. Alphabet V, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Music Instrument User Fees. Alphabet W, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 All Parish Music Concerts. Alphabet X, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Proposition 2 Tax Plan. Alphabet Y, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Proposition 3 Tax Plan. Alphabet Z, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 Pre-K Early Childhood. Z1, Early Childhood, LA4. Z2, Early Childhood Ready Start Network, CCAP, B3. Z3, Early Childhood Ready Start Network, CCD, BG. Z4, Early Childhood Ready Start Network, PDG. Z5, Early Childhood Ready Start Network, CCDF. Z6, Early Childhood Lead Agency, CCDF. Z7, Early Childhood Lead Agency, SGF. Z8, Early Childhood Guides, PDG. Z9, Early Childhood Believe CAT number 2, PDG. Z10, Early Childhood Believe CAT number 4. Z11, Early Childhood Guides, CCDF. Z12, Early Childhood 8G. Double A, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 school activity accounts. Double B, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 summer arts enrichment program. Double C, revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 gifted summer camp program. Double D, proposed 2024-2025 general fund reserve budget. Double E, proposed 2024-2025 Project Red Stick, redefining educational development of students to teach, inspire, and connect knowledge. I'm glad I wore my glasses tonight. Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move to approve the 2024-2025 special revenue budgets as listed and read into the record so ably by our president.
Thank you so much. All right, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Ms. Sule. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Agenda items should be clear. This, I don't know what the official agenda is, if it's the brief one or the extended one, but I'm guessing this front and back of one page is what's posted on the door. So that's the one that counts. It says 24-25 proposed special revenue fund budgets it says nothing about revised 23-24 budgets. I would encourage you to strike those from this motion and consider them separately after they've been properly advertised. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comments at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We are now to item H4. Okay. We are deciding on whether to hear these expulsion matters fully at a future meeting of the board. In order to hear a matter, we will need a motion and a second. No vote of the board will occur, and there will be no public comment as designated in policy. Prior to each item, okay, so here we go. Item H4, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter? Okay. Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay. All right. It has been moved by Ms. Sule. Is there a second? Okay. It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Okay. And then we continue to the next one. Correct, Mr. Shamlin? Okay. All right. The next, item H5, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter? Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay. Item 6, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter? Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart. Do I have a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Item 7, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter? Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay. Item 8, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter? Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay. Item 9, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter? Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Ms. Sule. Okay, item 10, appeal hearing student expulsion. Mr. Shamlin, just to confirm, do we continue this process?
I'm going to make a recommendation that we take a vote to extend the meeting or to a motion specifically to set aside the policy altogether because the meeting would end at 9:30 and we have 2 hearings to hear tonight, which may last past 9:30. I'll let the board make that decision. I'm sorry. It's 8:30 now, but the meeting, the meeting ends at 9. A motion to extend to 9:30 or to set aside policy altogether may be necessary.
I'll move that we set aside the policy altogether for tonight. I think it's important for us to get through these for these students.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin that we extend the time. It has been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board at this time?
Point of order, council, does this have to be unanimous like a normal vote?
Yes, sir, unanimous vote.
Okay.
Just another point on order, the motion was to set aside the policy, not to extend the meeting.
Okay, to set aside the policy for tonight. Okay, all right. All right, seeing no further board comments at this time, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. You should set aside this policy for tonight and forget to ever put it back in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Comments from the board? Okay, so Mr. Shamlin, if you will read to us once again what is the motion, and then we will entertain a vote.
This is a motion to set aside policy to allow the meeting to extend beyond 9:30 PM.
Thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item H10, appeal hearing, student expulsion. Appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Is there a motion? No?
And the motion would be to go into executive session.
Okay, so is there a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am. I move that we go into executive session to hear this appeal so that we can discuss this matter and hear this matter without violating the students' FERPA rights.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, okay. Okay, Ms. Matthews.
I ask, I don't know these children, I don't know the circumstances, but I ask that you please listen to them, read the details. We need a huge overhaul in our expulsion process. We need to protect the children. We need to protect the teachers. We need to protect the schools. But we need to do a major overhaul in our expulsion process. So please listen with your hearts and your minds to what's going on and make the right decision to whatever the circumstance is. Again, I have no idea what the circumstances are, but please don't go in there with your minds made up beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I'd like to offer advice to any of the families who may be inside of the room, anybody who may be watching, going through a similar process of expulsion. Regardless of whatever transpires or happens behind closed doors inside of the executive session, there are modes to allow your child to go back to their home school process of state law. There are programs right here inside of our parish, one of which that works directly with our school system. So I would ask anyone to please get with Mr. Smith, or if you need me to rely any information to you, Mr. Smith, so that those kids can properly go through those channels and get back at their home school. I have no problem doing so. I just want to put that information out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further board comment, we will now entertain a vote to go into executive session.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
make the motion.
Okay, everyone. I will entertain a motion in regards to this particular item.
Yes, Madam President, I move to affirm the recommendation of the superintendent in this matter.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lannis that we will affirm the superintendent's recommendation in this item. Comments from the board at this time? Mr. Martin.
Yes, ma'am. I do just want to confirm with General Counsel that the parents of this child were given notice about the hearing tonight and so therefore did have an opportunity to show up. And we haven't had any communication from them about that, correct?
That's correct. Ms. Dupree confirmed that communications were sent out, and I believe phone calls made. So
Okay.
they were contacted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Mr. Lannis.
Yes, Superintendent Smith, each of the kids who are on this list, while we can't see their names, can we send them supporting details about the programs that we discussed? Just so they'll know that they have options out there. All right.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board,
Who was the second?
Mr. Martin and Mr. Lannis. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, we now turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, we return to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item H11, appeal hearing, student expulsion. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
In this case, the parent has withdrawn the request for an appeal.
Okay.
It is an item. The superintendent's, if he wants to speak to that, the superintendent's recommendation, I believe, is still to affirm the expulsion, or has that been changed? It's been changed.
Okay.
So there's really no need, you can ask for a motion. There's no need to take a vote on this. The matter will just simply
We
die.
can let it fail for lack of a motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, once again, item 11, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Is there a motion? Okay, so this item does fail. We're now to item H12, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am. I move to go into executive session to discuss this matter.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Ms. Stewart that we would go into executive session in regards to item H12. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, comments from the public. I believe that the comment cards that I have are in regards to the item itself and not in regards to executive session. Would you like to?
You would read those into the record once the board returns.
Okay, all right. Okay, seeing no comments, public comments at this time, we will now return to comments from the board, and this is in regards to going into executive session. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, and I believe the family is here, so Mr., where would we like to meet it? Okay. Okay, all right, so you all will report into conference room A. You can exit out this door over here. Okay, good evening once again, everyone. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion. I move to modify the recommendation of the superintendent in this matter to allow the student to return to school on the first day of school in the coming academic year with a behavior modification contract in place.
Okay, so Mr. Shamlin and Ms. Harmon, you guys have that. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Ms. Sule. Two of them tonight, Ms. Sule, go girl. All right, so a motion has been placed on the floor by Mr. Martin, seconded by Ms. Sule. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. And these individuals did not desire to speak. However, they did share the following. Dr. Nicola Hall, her comments are: expulsion adversely affects students' personal and academic future. As a mom of twin boys, it is important that kids are fully engaged in school and activities. The next comes from Ms. Shayna Wilson, who did not desire to speak. She says to keep students actively attending school, the expulsion of students should be rescinded due to the circumstances discovered regarding the incident. We should make every effort. Okay, oh, that's where she says we should make every effort to keep students actively attending school. The next comes from Miss Allison Lands, who did not desire to speak. The expulsion should be rescinded, seeing as expulsion can have long-term consequences on a student's academic and personal development. Rescinding the expulsion is a way to give him a second chance to learn from his mistakes and continue his education. Okay, seeing no further public comments at this time, we return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, Mr. Shamlin or Ms. Armour, will you read the motion once again, please?
This is a motion to modify the superintendent's recommendation for student expulsion, allowing the student to return on the first day of the 2024-2025 school year with a behavior modification contract.
Okay, thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item I, organizational items. Item 1, announcement of meetings, committee. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Stewart. Go.
You started.
Okay, announcement of meetings, committee of the whole to be held July 11, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the central office boardroom. Regular meeting to be held July 18, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the central office boardroom. Mr. Gode.
Yes, what about the other meetings?
Okay, and all the other meetings that we approved.
No, but I thought he said that's what they pushed. Remember
I'll notice them now. I just didn't know what y'all were going to vote on.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank y'all.